today for purposes of just telling you where we are going next or what we're going to be doing. And I work here at JCOT School of Law, coordinating the legal clinic, and I also teach. And I'm very happy to see most of you because what we do here is to ensure that you're also well mentored in terms of you don't just learn how to do things, the things that you're learning to do to look for money, you know, like practicing your trade, but also you learn how to do that, having in mind that people are human and you can be able to give humane services to community. So the event today is the theme is intersex sexual reproductive health rights. I know some people. Do you have a question? Anyone know who is an intersex person? Anyone? Somebody? Nobody? Okay. That's okay. I see what you did to me. But that's okay. That's why we're here. And we're going to talk about, anyone know what is reproductive health? Sexual reproductive health? You're suspecting what it is, isn't it? You have no idea, eh? Okay. Okay, those who are suspecting, those who have no idea, we are going to be doing that. So we are starting our event, and so we have started. So everybody who is outside the tent, please walk in so that we can be able to be together. So we are going to start with a word of prayer. So someone to volunteer. Thank you. Introduce yourself, and then you tell us where you are from, and then you go ahead and pray for us.
My name is Peter Paul. I'm from African Nazarene University. Let's believe and pray. Our Father who art in heaven, come before you this time of the day. We thank you for the gift of life that you've given to us, Almighty Father. I want to pray that we put these events into able hands, that you're going to guide us, you're going to protect us. At the course of the day, we realize your blessing, Almighty Father. I pray for the intersex people in this gathering, Almighty Father, that you're going to enable us to learn more and know how to protect and give everyone their rights in the society, Almighty Father. I pray that at the end of the day, we're going to be on another level, Almighty Father. I pray this short prayer, trusting and believing in the mighty name of Jesus Christ.
Amen. Thank you so much for that prayer. So we go ahead. We just we go to the first event on the program. We are a bit late, but we'll hurry up so that we ensure that breakfast is eaten, so that you start trusting me. I can see in your eyes, trust is still not yet here. So at this juncture, I want to invite the boss of this place. You know, when you go to a home and the owner of the home has not said welcome, you don't eat, you still eat thinking, are they coming to come and say, stop? So you must ensure that you are welcomed by the boss and the owner of the home to be able to comfortably take your breakfast and be able to comfortably continue with the business of the day. So Professor Mberia, please come and welcome your people. Greet all these students and tell them good things, how we are going to become professors like you.
Wow, wow. Good morning. Are you excited to be here? Thanks, you smile at me at least. Kidogo tu. I know I smile nicely, so. Right. As you have heard, my name is Professor Helen Beria, and I'm the principal Karen campus. Today, I know we have various guests from various institutions, African Nazarene University, we have guests from Jomo Kenyatta, we have Lea Kenya, we have Jinsi, Diangu, Tangaza College, University of Nairobi. We are many this morning. Mine is very brief. It is to really, really warmly welcome you all to JKUAT Karen campus. This campus is quite a big one, and it is among the many JKUAT campuses. We have more than 5 campuses, but this is the biggest campus that is situated in its own piece of land. And we have various directorates in current campus. I'm explaining this because I can see we have potential students who may want to come do their masters here, do their PhD, and many other programs. We have a whole school of law, and the School of Law, Legal Clinic, and AMCA Justice Initiative are the teams that are hosting this program. So School of Law or Faculty of Law is one of the biggest schools in current campus. We also have another directorate, which is Directorate of Academic Programs. In this directorate, we have programs in business and business courses like procurement, BCom, and many others. We also have technology programs like data science and analytics. We have information technology. And we are also proud to also mention that in current campus, we have a TVET Institute. And therefore, you can see that this current campus is quite big. For those of you who are here, I also want to mention that the School of Law has a master's program which you can proudly enroll in. Today's program or today's event is on a very, very key topic on intersex, sexual and reproductive health rights. This symposium, to me, is an eye-opener. It is a great eye-opener. Let me mention a few things. We do not really understand intersex persons. And let me give an example of what happened in my meeting just the other day. Madam Milka, who is the coordinator of this event, was inviting us for this event. And one of us did not understand who are intersex persons. And when she announced that there is this symposium and Moot competition, one staff member said, "But do you think it is right for us to have such an event? Are we supporting LGBTQ?" So you know that. So is there a relationship between that? Exactly no. That sheds some light that we are confusing intersex persons. Therefore, the intersex persons are misconstrued completely. And for us to have this symposium, we are looking forward to discussions and presentations that will enlighten us. And therefore, in the process of being enlightened, we will be able to recognize who is an intersex person. We will also be able to accept the intersex persons and at the same time protect the intersex persons. And therefore, to me, because of the various challenges that have faced the intersex persons in this country and globally, look at an example of the intersex in athletics. We have a common example that we all know from Africa. Issues to do with intersex and athletics. Who do we know? Caster Semenya, isn't it? Yes. The 800 meters Olympic, I don't know whether she's a winner. Now, what happened? A lot of verifications, a lot of intrusiveness, which made her and many other people feel very uncomfortable. And that is what happens when we mention intersex persons. People become curious. People want to ask very embarrassing questions, humiliating questions. And therefore, I want to thank in a special way the government of Kenya, which has put some reforms in place to make sure that we understand and accept the intersex persons. And we have legal frameworks that have been put in place, like the Children Act 2022. We have now the intersex persons bill, which is under consideration. And we have institutions that are really working towards creating awareness. And Jomo Kenyatta Legal Clinic and AMCA African Justice Initiative is doing the same. And therefore, our intention today is to get to understand, create awareness, and in the process, accept the intersex persons as human beings with their rights. And I want to also thank the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany for supporting and funding a baseline study. This baseline study is very key, and I think we shall be launching that baseline report today, which was supported by the Embassy of Federal Republic of Germany. What does that mean? It means that studies have been done, and therefore it's work in progress. As the government supports the reforms, work is also being done to do studies in this area. So we are very grateful for funding this initiative. And therefore this morning, what do I want to say? The report that we have and that we shall launch, I think we shall be shown the report. The report was titled, Not Broken, Do Not Fix. Not broken, do not fix. Therefore, I asked myself, if not broken, do not fix, then what should we do? So I said we should add something like, not broken, do not fix, just recognize, accept, and protect. Therefore, if not broken, do not fix. Just recognize, accept, and protect. That is my key slogan that I am proposing, that as we continue discussing this, should be added as a rider in the process. And therefore, to our funding embassy, the Embassy of Germany, what do I want to say? We need to go a step further. And if possible, we request that now we move towards another aspect or initiative of mitigating stigma. Mitigating stigma among the intersex persons. And therefore, if we can put in place a framework for mitigating and communicating stigma about the intersex persons, I think that will now go a step further to this kind of sensitization. And therefore, as I conclude, I want also to say, as we get sensitized today and awareness is created, let be ambassadors for intersex persons. We champion their rights, we stand up for them, and be counted as people who know about intersex persons, accept them without judgment, and then protect them. We look forward, therefore, this day to really having very, very effective forum for knowledge sharing, experience sharing from the intersex persons, from our guests and speakers on this very sensitive yet very vital topic. And lastly, I want to remind you, during a forum like this, ensure you interact, you network, you connect, create friends from our guests from Cooperative University, from University of Embu, African International University, Multimedia University, and all our categories of guests, students, and friends of Karen campus. You are many. Interact. Meet, know, and share. And then finally, I can see in the program there is a cake. You make sure you have a piece of cake. I wish you all the best, and once more, you are warmly welcome to Karen campus, JKUAT. Thank you very much.
I'm looking for one student from JKUAT. One student. So, Principal, you have opened? So we can enjoy ourselves now? Okay, definitely we shall eat that cake in a few. So thank you so much, everyone here. We shall actually get to enjoy after the tea. We can actually call out the names of all the people who are here. They will stand, we see them so that they can feel welcomed, isn't it? There's a group of 17 different groups of persons who are here from universities and from different other institutions. Someone from JKUAT, I want to send you. Someone from, yes. Yes. So thank you so much. Without further ado, I want to welcome Madam Julia, who is here to represent Mr. Alexander Fiere, the Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of the Republic of Germany. Let's put our hands together for Julia. A better hand clap. I promised tea is going to be there. I promise even there'll be soda at lunch. That's not helping. Oh my God. Okay, thank you so much. So Julia is going to tell us about herself, what she does. And after she has finished, by the way, we can ask her a few questions, isn't it? Like 3 questions. If you have a serious question, hold it. I'll ask 3. The first 3 people will have an opportunity. Julia, welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to those questions. And thank you very much for hosting this event here, Professor Muria. I'm very happy to be here at the university for the first time. It's a beautiful campus, I believe. Thank you, Milka, very much for organizing this event together with Africa. My name is Julia. I'm the political counselor at the German embassy, and I'm stepping in for Alexander, the deputy ambassador, who would have loved to be here today, but who's unfortunately not feeling well, and who called me this morning to ask whether I could be here instead. And I'm very happy he did so, because I'm not only the political counselor, so heading the political section, but I also recently took over the responsibility for our human rights work at the embassy. So this is just the perfect time to be here. So thanks again for having me. And I'm very honored to be here at the launch of the report that AMCA Africa is publishing, the baseline study on sexual reproductive health and rights of intersex people in Kenya. The report on Not Broken, Do Not Fix. As indicated in the report, there's a significant lack of data on non-consensual so-called normalization. And I believe the report is a great contribution to research, but also to the visibility of intersex people here in Kenya. We as an embassy hope it helps strengthen the role that intersex people have here in Kenyan society. And we look around, for example, towards Uganda and the LGBTQI legislation that has recently passed there, and some somewhat hostile societal and societal environment here in this country as well. I think it's very timely to have this report. What makes me also very happy is that the support we're giving to AMCA Africa is fully in line with our feminist foreign policy. Germany last year decided that we would have a feminist foreign policy and a feminist development policy. Having a feminist foreign policy for us means that we place a stronger focus on people who have been pushed on the margins of society. For example, because of their origin, religion, gender, disability, or sexual identity. What we try to do now is to identify gaps in legal protection of women or marginalized people, and to look at the support and the projects we do in trying to give to facilitate access in decision-making processes. But we also try to give greater visibility to marginalized people in arts, in culture, in research, in science, in education, in the media. And what AMCA Africa does here is a really example of what we try to do, namely combining the principles and very pragmatic action. So we're very committed to strengthening the rights of intersex, transgender, and non-binary people globally, but also here in Kenya. We've been supporter of outspoken advocates of the rights of underserved women in this country, and we're committed to the SDGs and international human rights frameworks that Kenya has signed. Maybe a few words on the report itself. I looked into it and found that it was very impressive. It's a good and necessary call towards government organizations in this country. I think I have to move this way, maybe. But what I found particularly shocking was that it revealed the prevalence of so-called normalization practices. Normalization can have many forms. Could be cultural normalization, public shaming, bullying, engaging with traditional healers, witch doctors, herbalists, or it could be more traditional medical normalization, intrusive procedures aimed at changing gender. No matter which form these normalization processes take, they have very tragic consequences that stretch for people's entire lives. Intersex people become damaged, sterilized, mutilated, have lost their sexual function and sensation. So this is something that touches very deeply in people. The report also touches upon the sentiment that intersex people are not African. It's very important to have a paradigm shift and reframing. There's nothing that is un-African. Often it's based on outdated beliefs that there are abnormal attributes of intersex people. But what we need to make sure is that we have a better understanding that intersex people are very much normal, human, and African. It fills me with great hope that there are so many people here dedicating their time and efforts to strengthen human and intersex rights in Kenya. It's also nice to know that there is a Moot court going on, and that the training here gives the opportunity to legal students to practice legal reasoning and gain experience for future work in courts. I believe it's a good training to future legal action against inhuman laws and actions. So please do use this chance to prepare yourself as advocates for human rights issues such as sexual reproductive health and rights. I'm very curious to hear not only your questions, but also to hear the discussions during the day, and would like to thank you all for your engagement, for outspoken advocacy, for contributing to societal and legal change in this country. And thank you very much for having me here as representatives of the embassy. We're very happy to have been supporting this project, and we will continue watching your work and the engagement of AMCA Africa. Thank you very much. And now I'm curious about the question.
Yes, let's have someone moving the mic here.
Good morning.
I'm Simiu from Julia talked about normalization, and my question goes, do you have the specific or the clear policies concerning normalization in the case of anything, if something goes wrong during that process of normalization?
You mean in Germany?
Sorry?
Is your question on what kind of laws we have in Germany?
The policies, yeah.
Policies.
Yes, concerning when undergoing that normalization.
I looked at a map yesterday when I googled normalization practices and saw that there are only 4 or 5 countries in the world, I think, where children are fully protected from normalization practices until the age, I believe, of 18. Germany is not one of them. So also in Germany there is a considerable lack of legislation to protect intersex, especially children, that is. This is something we also need to work on in Germany. Yes.
From her presentation, I know you wanted to know here in the country, isn't it? Yes, that one we are coming to it. That is, you guys have not even asked what is the political section of the embassy. Don't you want to go somewhere and be a tourist?
Good morning. My name is Lindsay from the University of Nairobi. Now that she has mentioned the political section of the embassy, for so much time we have had the notion that Germans are generally racist. Yeah. So what would you say is the current position for somebody who'd want to go to Germany, work in Germany, live in Germany? Is it conducive right now, or would have to face the fears of being shipped back to the country, for lack of a better word?
Hard question for you, Julia. Maybe we can get that one also. Then she's going to answer them. Then we be done. Yes.
Hi everyone. My name is Alina from African Intersex institutions. Okay, I'll ask in Germany. I believe they've made some statements on the Malta Declaration and the Third International Intersex Forums. How effective have they been? And if applied in Kenya or Africa in general, how can we be assured that their rights are going to be protected?
Julia, unfortunately, you are getting my question.
This is not working either. Yes, I was going to say.
it's working. So thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the wonderful speech. Have a seat. So thank you. I didn't ask the question I wanted you to ask, but it's fine. You asked the one, you know it's a democracy, isn't it? Yes, it's true that there are so many. The other day, they invited me for dinner at the residence of the ambassador, and the person who had come into the country is the Commissioner for Labor Migration, and there's a lot of negotiations that are going on between Germany and our government about labor movement between the countries, and we are looking forward. Our government and Germany, they are in these talks, and you are here. Some of you are from Tibet, others are from you're doing degrees or whatever you're doing. So if this effort continues and becomes successful, there will be Germans who will benefit. We also have opportunities to offer them, isn't it? Yes, we do have a lot to offer Germans, and they also have something to offer us. So the labor migration between the two countries is also going to be helpful. Yes, I am actually I'm a D.D. scholar. I was funded by Germany to do my master's, and I'm still in the scholarship through the African Legal Studies. If you check, you can Google for those who are looking for opportunities. There's something called African Legal Studies under the University of Beirut, and they have what they call centers of excellence in Africa. One of them is in Tanzania. It's called Tanzania German Center for East African Legal Studies. There's another one in Cape Town. There's another one in West Africa. And Kenyans have been going to all these places. For those who are in the School of Law, you know Madam Jacqueline Mudhoni? Yes, she went to Cape Town for that project, for that program. So opportunities are there. We'll discuss that later during tea. Okay, as we continue, so that we can be able to get to the point where we really are looking forward, isn't it? So we have Dr. Wamara from the Intersex Persons Implementation and Coordination Committee. Dr. Wamara is a commissioner with the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, and spearheading this IPIC, and he's graciously agreed to come here and be with us today, and actually will introduce himself, tell us more, and tell us who an intersex person is. Because we could be just here talking about intersex, and we don't know who this person is, isn't it? Thank you. Very welcome, Dr. Amara. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Julie. Prof, allow me right on all the protocols already observed. Good morning, everyone. Njai mezidi. How are you? Okay, I can see my around here. I'm Dr. Dennis Wamalwa. I'm a commissioner with the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. People confuse Kenya Human Rights and Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights is a constitutional commission, meaning our position is through presidential appointee and then parliamentary vetting. I have a history why I'm talking about this. I saw a student from African Nazarene, MKU. I have over 20 years experience in lecturing. Right now I'm supervising students from African Nazarene, Masters and PhD, and MKU. So I identify with the team. IPIC, we're just talking about IPIC because I saw it on the program. Actually, Kwamboka just hijacked me. He called me last week. I was in Zambia talking to parliamentarians on issues of intersex and their rights. So I decided, let me just pass by and then be with you people so that we get to understand who an intersex is. And like my former speaker, Prof, said, for me here, I'm an expert in matters of intersex and not anything else. And so I'm going to desist from discussing any other spectrum. Issue of LGBTQI, I should be out of this spectrum. I'll tell you why. In the simplest way possible, who is an intersex person or child? It's a child conceived, remember, and born with biological characteristics that are outside the normal binary of male or female. It's inborn. That's one thing you need to get hold of that. Why? Because of the ambiguities. Doctors to date, nobody knows what really causes intersex, the condition itself. Because during the formation of a child in the womb, all of us, from the conception, I'm told, I'm not a medical doctor, I'm a medical philosopher, but I'm told that within the earliest conception, all of us are born women or girls. So as you move along, then the body decides now, dividing. What am I talking about? We're talking about four spectrum that causes matters of intersex condition. One is because of the ambiguity in the genitalia. For mothers here, you go to the ward, and the first question a mother after the pain wants to know is it a boy or a girl? Then a doctor or a midwife looks at you with mixed reaction. They cannot tell from what they are seeing. It's neither a penis or a vagina because of that confusion. In terms of chromosomes, for those who did biology, you know that the so-called normal male, you are supposed to be born with 46 XY. In cases of intersex, something happens and then you find this child is born with either less or extra chromosomes. In terms of gonads, you know that women have ovaries. Males should be having testicles. In this case, we find that a child, because of the ambiguity, is born with either of a testis, a testicle and an ovary at the same time. And most of the time, these testicles are undescended, so that also causes confusion. In terms of hormones, you know that you should be having testosterone as a man, while a female, for these beautiful ladies, the curvy bodies is because of the estrogen. In terms of intersex, you find that a child is born with this kind of imbalance. So what are we saying? We're saying, once we have this background, and let me take you along a journey along the memory lane. Even in your colleges, at home, in the villages where I come from, there's this person you've been looking at and you're wondering, is this a male or female? So it means we have these people all over. 2019 census, there was this one question that was being asked: male, female, or intersex? Actually, I think after German or something, I'm told we're the second one in the world to be counted, to be recognized as intersex persons in the country. That's why, even when they were counting, we had 1,524. But believe you me, some people were not even counted because even the officers who went asking the question were not so sure. So let's avoid this notion of people confuse transgender and intersex because of the normalization kind of surgeries that Julie was mentioning. And like you are saying, if ain't broken, why fix it? Because most of these surgeries come with a lot of, what do I say? It's not so easy. So I know, I look around, I can see my colleagues, I can see intersex persons, and I'm glad that they came. I'm the first intersex person to hold a state office in the world. So meaning, intersex persons have the potential. All they need to do is just to be given a chance, to be decent, and to be given opportunities. So as we go out, as we launch this kind of a report, remember they are amongst us. And you see, and there's something about intersex persons. I've done research. They have something extra than what we call normal people. In terms of intelligence, you cannot beat it. As I stand before you, since I was 9 years of age, I've undergone over 39 major operations, surgeries, what you are saying. So the question is, was it necessary? Why? Because, right now we're having a bill that protects now the intersex persons in terms of protocols, in terms of surgeries. I was in Zambia, and they're talking about medical protocols. They are presented to the parliamentarians. So what are we saying? We need to give chance to these children, because what was perceived, and that one I have examples and experience, to have been a mini clitoris that was chopped off when a child was young. Later on, it turns out that it was a penis. They need it. And now, these surgeries are irreversible. Itarudi. That's what we are saying. Let's give it time until the body takes, because it's during the adolescent that now the body starts taking its own direction. So we should not be making hasty decisions in terms of these surgeries. And I think this is what the report is all talking about. So it's important that we appreciate intersex persons. I know I don't want to take a lot of time because I was just mixing the program, but I thought it's important that we talk about this if you understand this. And they're there. Look at me. Look at Sharon. Look at Kwamboka. I look around, I can tell. Wonderful people. Unless they tell you, you won't know. It's not LGBTQ. It's not transgender. Intersex is inborn. We say born intersex. Born in the middle. And all. But as a country, at least we are making some steps, and if we appreciate this kind of support, we're heading there. Actually, people are coming to Benchmark now in Kenya. Thank you very much. I don't want to go into. I'm a teacher. I will talk till tomorrow. Asante sana.
Dr. Amarwa, so for those who are asking me, where are they? Where are intersex persons? He has said he's the first intersex person to hold a public, a state office. He's a commissioner. And heading IPIC right now. And he's an intersex person, having undergone 39 surgeries. So we are coming to discuss those surgeries right now. I think we will allow me to, we discuss a bit, then we come back. He'll be here to answer this question. Because the reason I'm saying you allow us, because most likely what we want to ask is what we want to discuss immediately. And he's not going anywhere. If you want to ask something very direct to him, he'll respond. You have refused. Umekata kabisa. Aya, simama ulize basi. Mpatie microphone haraka haraka. Na ulize within 20 seconds. Kenya University. Unajua watu wengine wajui MQ ni nini?
Actually, IPIC, Intersex Persons Implementation Coordination Committee, was it's about 14 years or so. And how did it come to be in existence? There's a case of RM, we don't mention names, a person who fell at the wrong side of the law and has been raised as a man. Then he was taken to committee, prisons. So then the commission, the lawyers, through pro bono, they took up the case because while he was in prison, at committee prison, they could not praise him and his rights were violated. He was, how do we call it? You know how criminals can act. Then there was this case of baby A, a child who was born, and then because the doctors could not tell whether it's a man or a female male, they put a question mark on the birth certificate. So the case also went to court. And the commission took it up, of course, through other arms. And through the AG, then this committee was formed. The committee was formed. And out of this committee, and the support of these other organizations, AMUKA, we have Tinsiang, we have Intersex Council of Kenya, that now we came up and said, what happens? That guy is supposed to be compensated And now we came up with the Act of Liberty. You call lawyers in the house. The Persons Deprived of Liberty Act. Then we came up with now the Children's Bill 2022. And now the Children's Act. Now we are in the process of presenting to the parliamentarians because we've gone to public participation in terms of the bill protecting innocent persons. Right now, all the police stations or the security in this country, they in case they come across any intersex person, then they reach out to these bodies. And several times now we've even gone to their rescue because they are not allowed to sleep in anywhere because they belong nowhere as we still work on our institutional, construction. So, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Dr. is here, and he is going to be answering more questions because once we talk about this, we're going to have a panel later where we can have more discussion, okay? Yes, so right now we are going to discuss that particular, everybody keeps saying the baseline study was done, and research was done, all these things, and we have not talked about what was found in that report or what is in it so that we can be able to know the state of things for intersex persons in Kenya. Now, is copies of the report for presentation that is going on. We tried to project, but because we are outside, it was impossible because of too much light. So we will not be able to project, but copies are going around. So if you get hold of a copy, please don't own it. The copy is available for all of us online on our website. So you'll be able to get the actual. This is actually a summary, a highly summarized. So please, like the way I've said, the way we usually read programs in a function like a wedding. Alafu unapetia huyo mwingine. Like that, okay? Yes. So let's talk about this baseline so that we can eat the cake. So cake people, please make sure that the cake comes here so that once I'm finished, the people can stop looking at me the way they're looking at me. Wanauliza chai iko wapi? So we have already been explained to who an intersex person is. Dr. has mentioned very well that it can present in different characteristics. It can be anatomy. When you look at the child, the genitalia of a newborn child, you're not able to say strictly female or strictly male. It's not two organs. So from today on, anybody who is in this place should never say intersex persons have two organs. They have what we call a binguous genitalia, if it's anatomy, okay? You can write the word abinguous just in case you are tempted to say two organs, okay? So basically, because we actually misconstrue this thing. So they have a binguous genitalia. It's not possible for the person to classify within the sex categories of sex or female. That particular pattern may not be physical, may be internal, for instance, hormonal, the patterning of hormones. Every one of us have all the hormones. All the hormones you have. But if your sex is male, the hormone that is ruling there is the testosterone. If your sex is female, the prominent hormone is estrogen. So for an intersex person, that pattern or the hormonal composition is not exactly like that female or male. Okay? That's why you hear, for instance, in the case of Semenya, they're saying Semenya knows and identifies and learns as a girl. But they test and say your levels of testosterone are higher than a girl. I don't want to say the word normal because using the word normal is what has caused us to do all these injustices to intersex persons as we try to make them us because we think we are the normal. Because my hormones are balanced, my genitalia is definite, is not a binguous, I'm thinking I'm the normal. And so we do all these things to normalize them, to make them us. The word normal, is, as we are using it in this particular context, connotes that the society thinks we only have two sexes, or the society has assumed because intersex persons have lived since God created the world. But the society decided, no, we don't understand you, so we must decide it is female and male, and any person who does not fit that has a problem, and we must change them to be us who are normal. So the normalization process is that process. The whole process, it can be medical in the sense that We want to do a surgery on the genitalia to ensure that the genitalia represents a proper, in quotes, a proper female or a proper male. Or we want to tamper with the hormonal compensation, like what the International World Athletic was telling Semenya. No, you need to tamper your hormonal compensation so that you can be a normal girl. You know, that's what we are talking about. Trying to change these persons, who they are, the biology of this person to be who you think is a normal person. So that's what you're talking about when you use the word normalization. So, general facts about intersex persons. They are about 1 in every 15 or 2,000 births. There's about 1 intersex person as a statistic. So you can look at the UN Office of the High Commissioner, you can look at the World Population Review, all those, there's a lot of credible sources of information about intersex persons. And of course, our local communities also have names for intersex persons. If the intersex persons were not people who are supposed to be with us, who have been with us from time immemorial, would we be having names? Would we be having names for them? Local names. But listen to the local names. Kyogo in Kikuyu, meaning something not, someone of no value or someone not perfect. I don't know how to pronounce this one. Malinda. That is in Kamba. Meaning something inside the body. There is even some Luya dialect that has gundu. And someone was telling me yesterday in another dialect, okundu. Meaning someone who looks like an ogre. You know, those stories we used to read when we were young, that there's someone with an eye here, I don't know, there's 2 eyes behind, and this scary thing, okay? This is what our community call intersex person. Do you see where normalization comes in from? If your child is being referred like that by your neighbor, what are you going to do? Find ways of correcting that, isn't it? We shall see whether they agree, because a research is a research. You ask people, do you agree you should be normalized? Do you think it's necessary? All those things. So, the Daktari has already talked about history of intersex persons, rights advocacy in Kenya. You can look in the presentation, you will see that we started from RM case, the 207, and this person was taken to prison and put in the mail, because when most of the time when we give birth to children, we are forced to choose female or male, even if we can see this not female or male, because for a long time, and even now, I know, although the law just has been changed just last year, there is no awareness, and people don't understand a lot about intersex persons. We can be, even now I know, so many intersex babies are still being forced to be boxed as male or female in the birth notification and all those documents. So that's what had happened to RM, and ended up in jail. Because of course, as an intersex person, you are hated by your people, you are hated by you are seen as a problem. You are seen as a curse, you are seen as what. So even ending up anywhere in education, high levels, if you are to count intersex persons who are at the level of Dr. Amaro, you must have been very lucky even to get to the levels of education. You may not get even 100. True. The whole country, and we have many intersex persons. Because even to go to school, where will they go to the toilet? The teacher does not understand, nobody understands. So that's why he ended up in prison in the male section. And of course, everybody had a few days abusing them. And when the matter went to court, the court, 3 judges, for those who are lawyers, said, okay, yes, you are abused, and we'll order compensation for your abuse, but we don't know intersex persons, it's not a public interest issue. Who are the others? We have not seen the others. No, we can't really make a decision. In fact, they said, our society has not this level to make decision on such issues. We have not. You can see these are judges who don't understand what is before them, isn't it? They didn't understand who is an intersex person. And they were thinking, no, what is this that we are talking about? Who are these and everything? So they refused to be able to say that this intersex person needed to be protected and others needed to be protected, policies and otherwise. So we continued. In 2013, Another case goes to court, baby A. This one now, an intersex child born cannot get a birth certificate because the birth notification, the first document that is written, your name and particulars of whether you're female or female or male, because those are the only available. The doctor wrote, the ones who had helped the birth, wrote a question mark. They couldn't tell because of the genitalia presentation. And you cannot get a birth certificate without a sex particular. So that certificate will not come. That means you cannot go to school, you cannot do anything because your legal document. The day you don't have your legal document, your ID, your birth certificate is you. You will be dehumanized. You will not be able to do anything. You will not even be able to enter that gate because you don't have an ID, isn't it? So that's what it means for intersexual. So this child, and so that's how this case ended up in court. And this time round, luckily, the court said, wait a minute. Didn't we make a mistake in the RM case? Of course, the court was able to redeem itself. And we are where we are in terms of the journey of what we are doing because the court discovered the mistake. And actually, when the court ordered a task force, a government task force, to find out about intersex person, numbers of intersex person, where they are in the country and the challenges, and what they need in terms of protection, policy, and otherwise. And actually, when that report was done by the task force on policy and legal, institutional, and administrative reforms regarding intersex persons, that is 2017, when it was launched, one of the judges who had been in the RM, and was actually the judge who actually decided in BBA, that is Justice Lenaola, the Supreme Court judge, apologized for the RM decision. Yes, he publicly apologized. So through that, that's how, because now government was doing something, that's how we ended up now with IPIC, and intersex persons were counted in 2019. And we found 1525, as he has said, that is a very small number, because who was counting? Your neighbor, isn't it? Now, it's our neighbors in our village who have been recruited to be counting, isn't it? If you have been living as an intersex person and people don't know because of your own security, will you tell your neighbor you're intersex person for purposes of being counted? Alafu kesho? Sorry, sometimes we have to really do it our own way. Kesho? Ukitokelezea? Yes, stigma, even violence, because people don't know, and some people think actually it's a curse. You are the problem. You have had people telling others you are the reason the rain is not coming. Yes, that's how human we are. You are the reason the rain is not coming, and we deal with you so that the rain can come. So, they could not. Intersex persons in the room, how many were counted? If you were counted in the census, please lift up your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Yet in this room we have around 40 of them. If this sample, in a research setting, this sample, only 7 were counted, apply the same in the main sample. So that's why we say that number is still. So, but then a lot of advocacy have been done, and now we have the Children Act 2022. If you go home and you don't know anything else, hakuna kitu ingine umeshika, at least utakuwa umeshika. Children Act 2022 recognizes intersex children and define them the way we have explained to you. And actually, a very important aspect of the Children Act, it prohibits, it makes it an offense to do surgeries or to force a child to become female or male. So this baseline, we did it from February to April, and we interviewed 48 intersex persons in Nairobi, Mombasa, and Kilifi counties. This Nairobi encompasses people from Naivasha, Nyahururu, and Nakuru who came. And then we did methodology, we used qualitative and quantitative. We are counting and talking to them. We did FGDs, focus group discussion, discussing together things, and individual interviews. It was very, very comprehensive. It was, if they can tell you, it was very tiresome, and it was a lot of work. So, and you can look at that baseline, you can see about that. I have talked about normalization. We looked at 3 normalization types. Medical is where surgeries or hormonal therapy that is done to make this person proper girl or proper boy. And then their race, religious. We are a very religious country, isn't it? Shakahora. Intersex persons have seen Shakahora and Nyotayanke and such kind of places, okay? Please read that whole report. It has so many stories. This person who is, this person who was given oil to drink, this holy oil, and they would drink every day, every time with every meal, shower with it, drink with it to try and convert, because someone from Tanzania said it's going to convert this child from being intersex to a proper boy. So of all the the people we interviewed, 48 of them, 62.5% of them had gone through normalization. They had been forced to do something. Surgeries, what all, religious, all cultural. Kupelekwa kwa mchawi, wengine walipelekwa kwa mchawi sana sana. The most common of this normalization is the medical. The most common of them, it was on 43%. When you walipelekwa kwa mchawi, herbalists, rituals and spells, all those ones, people in Mombasa, they are taken to the ocean. And some things, they are called incarnations, are said and stuff are done to try and convert them from being intersex. Religious, 93%, and 24.5% for cultural. Other self-imposed, even them, they feel they want to be normal because we have told them they must be normal like us. So some of them, they were not forced, but very few of them, when they grew, they wanted to fit in to be a proper boy or girl. They also try things on themselves. So it found that most of them, almost all of them, who had gone through normalization, especially medical, those surgeries and hormones, had a lot of health complications coming out of that. You cannot have that 9 surgeries and not have complications out of it. A lot of complications, pains, some of them severe back pains, lower abdominal pains, excessive bleeding during menstruation, because a number of them have the internal female reproductive organ that brings about menstruation, and a lot of complications coming out of that. And they did not consent. Only 60% say there was some sort of consent. Those ones who think, because mine was done when I was young, maybe my parents understood. But some of them say, the way I see my mother behave, my father behaving, and my people behaving, they actually still, they did not know what they were consenting to. But because they still don't understand my condition, despite signing consent for me to get surgeries. So you can see their stories. Their stories are written there. I had put some of their words. My surgeries were conducted when I was young, and my mother consented. She did not explain anything to me, and I didn't know the purpose. This one says, even at 17, when I was in high school, I remember interviewing this one. I woke up and I was taken to hospital for surgery, and I woke up and found that the part of my penis was missing, and there was a bandage. And I felt so bad because I liked having it. And I couldn't, it had already been removed. Yes, these are 17, that one was not been asked. Because there's all efforts to make them a girl. So these issues and this particular problem, you'll see those stories are all there. Now I'm learning. Is it necessary? Was it necessary? No. I developed anxiety as a result of the prayers and exorcism rituals. I was worried and anxious about why prayers were being conducted, and they were not changing me. These are child. They were very traumatizing. Very traumatized because of that. I have developed self-esteem issues and struggle up to date because of these many procedures and hormone therapy that was done to me. Now, what about doctors? Do they understand intersex person? We would think that, you see, doctors understand intersex person as a medical malfunction. That is a problem all over the world, actually, most of the doctors. And so, they are the culprits. And actually, that Section 23 of the Children Act is actually targeting doctors. So for them, an intersex child is born, they quickly look at the genitalia. And remember, we are told even there could be a chromosome. Can you do a surgery on the chromosome? So they quickly organize the anatomy and forget it's also elements which are internal. And so what happens actually is, most of them we have intersex persons, done surgery nicely, made into girls. Mostly they make them into girls because medically speaking, I'm not a doctor, but I've read that. Medically speaking, it's easier to reconstruct a vagina than a penis. So they make them girls a lot of time. And then they grow. They have the internal being. And they grow, and this person you turn into a girl, give them legal documents, identity documents which a girl, the body turns into a boy. And now you have someone who looks completely different from their documents. And how are they? So you have a boy in a boys' high school. Those who went to Alliance, nobody. Nobody went to Alliance here. In Alliance High School, boys' high school, and this boy is menstruating. Because they did some surgery and organized a boy, because the parents wanted a boy. We have 6 girls, we wanted a boy. So we have been given opportunity to reconstruct ourselves a boy. And then this girl, you're not knowing that internally there are also organs which are of female reproductive and completely change this person. Imagine now chromosome and all that. So this don't work, normalization don't work because it's not able to change the person the way they are biologically. You just attempt. I am finishing, and because of that, you cannot be able to access health rights. Health rights, and specifically sexual reproductive health, like cervical cancer. Very few even knew what it is to have a cervical cancer screening, pap smear. Because there are no implements for those who are girls and have gone to do pap smear. There are no implements which can be able to be applied to their genitalia. So they cannot do it. Yet they have, some of them have the reproductive organs that requires them to have cancer screening. So that person is left out completely. So the same thing with prostate and other issues of contraceptive. They cannot use condoms because the genitalia, sometimes even if you have a penis, it may not fit the normal condom. Like this person was saying, I have to cut the condom into 2. Now you tell me, if you cut the condom into 2, is it a condom anymore? Yes, and they are human. I cannot use tampon. In fact, on that day, those who had never seen a tampon, most of them had never seen a tampon. They don't know what is a tampon because it's not something that is made that can be used. Being left out, cycles of violence, a lot of violence. I think that one we understand. 85.42% of them had gone through violence. A lot of violence at home. When I was preparing this yesterday evening, I remembered some of these stories, and I felt tears. Because I remember, especially on this issue of violence, on that page of violence by family, I remember Dola talking about this. How painful. And this is what I want to leave you with. Because I've talked about legal dilemma. The difference between, the conflict between their documents and their look, make them not be able to enjoy the document. We cannot even use toilets. Because if someone was asked, who are you? What document do they produce, or how they look, sometimes can become a big problem. Because not everybody has gone through a process of being worked on and being smoothed and being made to look in a certain way, which we say grown up because we are destroying their lives. We are changing them to something they are not. The father and the mother would beat her, beat him because they identified other children just for being intersex. Because they cannot, it's anakua. They are growing, and so they are becoming more of a boy. And the father and the mother are insisting, and they were prominent people, and they're insisting, why are you behaving like a boy? I'm growing into a boy. But they want them to be a girl. And the beatings and the humiliation. This person speaking to you, you hear the pain. My mother does not want me to be identified with her. My sister does not work with me because of who I am. It's very, very painful. The sexual assault, because everybody wants to open their clothes and look at the genitalia because of curiosity. Yes, I am male, female. Nobody tells me to open my clothes to see whether I am really a female. So that's what the baseline, you can look at that. So what is the way forward? This is the last slide. And we are done with this part. We must do, first of all, sensitization. We must know. We must always start from knowing. If we know who is an intersex person, what goes on and what they need and what they don't need, then we are able to do the right thing, isn't it? Like I'd mentioned, the doctors, they say doctors don't understand them. So in fact, doctors are among the ones who highly violate them. That's what the government task force found out. That's what we also found out. That's why there is that section 23 in the Children Act, to tell doctors, stop cutting the children. So we need to know. And today you came here, and now you know. And there is someone else you know, who is your friend who didn't come here. You go to class with, you live in the same hostel, you stay with. They are members of your community where you are. I can see a lot of the staff members from JKUAT Karen here. Thank you so much for the support. I can see all of you here. And you now know an intersex person may come to register to our school, or to your school, or to another person. Will they be treated badly, stigmatized, because that person who is treating them badly because they don't know? Yet you know, and you are in that institution. In the days of ignorance, wenye wa kanisa tunasemanga aje, in the days of ignorance, amusomangi hiyo, God overlooked. But now that you know, you are responsible. Okay? Comes to you are responsible to ensure that you spread that information to everybody who lends you an ear. Go to your church if you are a church person. Go to your mosque if you go to the mosque. Go to the bar if you go to the bar. Wherever place you go, speak about intersex. Correct the misinformation. So thank you very much. We are done with that. I think we'll go straight on to lunch, because after we have taken tea, what we'll do is to have a small panel discussion so that you can ask questions. I can see some people have questions, and then we can conclude with that. Okay? So please keep those questions. I can see them. Keep those questions. We'll discuss that in the panel discussion. So, Shelmith, people. So this cake, I think we can move it here. Today I feel like a pastor, bana. Hii kitu, I never get these opportunities, bana, to preach. We move, yes. I think we can move here. So that the banner say, no, not the cake. We can just move with the table. Okay. Oh, yeah. So let's have, yes? Yes. Well, this thing was being organized by the alumni of JKUAT Legal Clinic, our own mentees who have gone ahead to become advocates of the High Court of Kenya, but they still continue to give back to the community because of the mentorship we gave them and what they learned from here. And they came with this thing. I have never seen such a thing. They're telling me it's called a Dame book. Hey, mutafungua, It's called a Dame book. So they're going to come. So what is usually done, Shelmith? I am an old school in this business. So you come and tell us who is cutting, what is going on, and what, then the cake after. So we'll have a team from the embassy, we'll have a commissioner, we'll have the principal reading, your people, and our guest seated here. Come here, our advocates. Yes. There's a ribbon. Where is the Makasi? Oh, tunafungua eh? Oh my God. Okay, so thank you very much. This is the launch of this report. Not broken, do not fix. Intersex persons are not broken. They are not malfunctioned. They are not abnormal. They are okay. Let's not fix them with prayers, with catchers, with medicine, or anything that we would try. And so I would ask our principal, Professor Beria, and Julia to you pull on this side and open and launch. Let's give a round of applause. Woo! So let's clap. Yes. Thank you so much. We have launched that report. Go and use that report to make sure that lives of intersex persons improve and they are able to live with dignity. Isn't it? Yes, let's now eat. Let's go cut the cake. Yes, cut the cake. Yes, there. Now, the intersex persons, please come in front. Okay, yeah, during the panel. Yes. Help us to pull this thing up here. I'm looking for. Intersex persons, please come. Yes, okay. Kujeni huku. Take photos. Let's take photos. All intersex persons in the room, please come. Flanky. Una come, eh? I've never been known for being very careful with small things. Yes. Within a minute, it's down. I can't handle delicate issues. Yes, let's intersex persons. Let's take a photo. Kuja. Hey, thank you so much. Okay. Tumeifunika. Hey. Tumeifunika, siwende chini. Enda chini. These are the people, majority, actually all of them were in the baseline. They were interviewed for the baseline. You know, sometimes you think in research, and please don't use those photos to trade. Don't use these photos to trade because of security. You have no information to use those photos. So you can take photo for yours, for your own consumption, okay? Remember data protection. Don't use these photos. You may endanger someone. The environment is still very dangerous security-wise for intersex persons because people don't usually understand them. So please, if you take a photo, we only needing the paparazzi to do, don't use that photo. If you do, we will get you and we will sue you. Then you can come. Come, everybody. Wait, don't move, eh? Let's have our guest coming. The principal, please. Simama hapo karibu na dame book. Yes. Come. Yes. Can you see all of us? Mark, can you see all of us? We are heading to tea. Let's smile. Let's smile. I promise this is real tea now. Smile kidogo. Riziki, kula smile. Aya, akuja huku kwa mzungu Mzungu utaki photo. So, okay, we can move this quickly. That's nice. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, let's, Julia, we are still not done. Let's come. Commissioner, when do you nakata keki actually? Because you represent the community. Huwezi jikata. Huwezi jikata. You must cut this cake for the community. I think we turn it like this so that it can be taken and then exported. Please, I know what you do. Don't please.
You know, this potential.
So Wakilis, kujeni huku. You've been very supportive. This team, come here. Yes, now you're cutting. You can say something about it. Yes. Say something about intersex rights, living with dignity and everything that we have discussed.
Forevermore, we shall always support intersex persons, and we're asking everyone else to go out and spread the gospel. Thank you for the sponsors.
Woo! Hey, you people, let's clap. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yes, intersex persons in Kenya shall henceforth live with dignity, because all of us in the room shall ensure that happens, isn't it? So let's clap, let's clap. We shall do our part. If you are a teacher, I know we have people who are studying the teaching here, you will make sure that no intersex child is victimized at school. Yes. So thank you so much. Yeah, so the cake is ready to be eaten together with the tea. So who is telling us about tea? Show me the team. Come and direct us about tea as the cake is being distributed. Maria, show me. I can see you, Maria, behind there. Come. I'm still your teacher. I see you running behind there. Come and tell us about tea. Yes. Like right now, before the panel. Yes, it's too late. Here.
Hello everyone. So for tea, each of you will be given a ticket, sort of. And then now you wait at the end. The ushers will give you a ticket and you walk they'll lead you towards the dining hall. So the ushers.
While we are waiting to line up to take the meal cards to go for lunch, we are talking about a report na watu hawana report, si ndio? I want to direct you on how to get our reports. See, 90% of us need digital. Kona bundles, si ndio? Go to your online Google whatever. And then you search the name Amka Africa Justice Initiative, like the way it's written on that. What is it called? Banner, yeah, sorry. Amka Africa Justice Initiative. And then you go to media on that website. When you go to media, you'll go to publications, where you'll get the report, which is written, "Not broken, do not fix." Then you can download an e-copy of the report from there. Share it with your friends, share it with everybody. Also, while we come back from tea, we will give you a small booklet that has the entirety of the report summarized. So we can go ahead and start taking the meal cards. First, let's eat a bit of this cake. JKUAT students, come assist me. Ukidistribute unaweza pia wewe kukula. Utaki kwa ule mwenye ako in charge of food. Come and assist me distribute this cake to everyone.
Hello. Hello. Ashes. Ashes, please come and help distribute the cake. So, when we began, I told you guys you should come with an empty mind. Have you learned something? I can't hear you. Have you learned something? Are you walking out empty or loaded? Right? So we are the champions of the intersex community, and we want to make sure that they live a dignified life. Right? Is it their fault? Is it? And everyone deserves a chance, right? We are talking of right to autonomy. Sindio? Sindio? Yes. So, Ashes, please, as we continue to get the cake, remember the tickets, the tokens that you're going to be given will help you get your breakfast. Okay? Simuliambo kuna chai. Okay? And then, please, do not take so much time. We are on a tight schedule. So, by 11:30, let's be settled in, and so that we can have the panel discussion guided by our own lecturer, Madam Milka. And I want you guys to move in haste, okay? Okay.
So let's move. If you have your cake, please start moving towards the dining. So, Bylon, where is the dining?
Hi.
You pick your ticket there. So let's move.
Hi, how are you? So as you leave here, please pick a meal ticket down there where people are registering, and then you'll be directed to the dining hall. So please, if you've received your cake, we can start moving now. And yes. Ushers have name tags on them like this. So if you need any assistant, look for somebody with this. Remember to pick a meal card as you leave for those who've taken cake. And you'll be directed to the dining.
unaweza. Guys, najua mnashangaa. Si mmekunywa chai? Nawaweka kwa hali ya kuhuzunika. So, mi ni intersex actually. Hiyo song nilifanya ni juu ya vitu tunapitia huku nje. Sisi kama intersex, there's no employment for us. No one wants us. Like, hiyo song nikisikiza mi ulia, ndio maana niko confused. Na shake mwili yangu venye mnaona. Niliandika hiyo song nikiwa na feel sana ile time kila msee amekukataa, umefika mwisho. Yeah, ndo time nilirelease hiyo song. So you'll just allow me to cut it there sababu nikiendelea nitalia.
Let's give a clap for Delton.
So can we proceed? Shall we need to. Our guest have some other commitment and would like to leave. Yes. The gifting process, Kadam, you're in charge as we wait. Yes. So in the meantime, wakili mmerudi? Oh, muko hapa. In the meantime, Frankie, where are you? Frankie? Yes? Oh, he's on an interview, eh? Okay, let's have Joseph. Joseph, come here and present Frankie. So you can have a seat. Have a seat here. We'll just be discussing a few things, okay? Nibama. Wakili. Keti hapa mbele. The oldest intersex person in the room, who is not Dr. Amarwa. My friend from Naivasha, come over. Kuja. Alafu Ziki. Tumekuwa na wewe. Oh, yeah, thank you. Come over. Then Riziki, please come here. Kuja. Kaa pale mwisho, eh? Kaa pale mwisho. Shalmith, please, Kadam, Shalmith, our guests want to leave, so we come and give them their gift before the panel starts. Sit there. Thank you. Mark, where is Mark? Our media from JQuat. The others. Okay, so which one belongs to who? Shelmith. Which one belongs to you? That. See, we are giving them properly and getting photos. Yes, you can take a picture, yes. Okay. Thank you so much for the support and coming up today. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for having us here.
Okay.
All the best for the rest of the day.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah? We really appreciate it. Yes.
Thank you.
This is yours. This is someone.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very
give
much.
you like this.
Like this? Ah, okay.
It's usually like this or like that.
Okay.
Usually like this, yes. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
So much for coming.
Thanks for all your work in the related
Okay, I'm going to see them off. You can be getting questions from the audience for this panel.
So this is a panel discussion. There's a presentation, of course, that was shared in the morning. I hope you've been able to access the report online. And so the panelists are going to introduce themselves. And then we're going to open up the floor. So, of course, based on what they share, aligned to our discussions for today and their experience, then you'll be able to structure your questions. And so we're going to have those questions addressed to them. We'll have a limited number of questions, but for now, let me just hand over to the panel to have the panel introduce themselves.
Good morning, everyone. Peter Mola, the senior, an intersex person. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rizik Thomas Chip. I'm an intersex person. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ian Niboma. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, but I'm also a tax-paying Kenyan. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Joseph Ombane. I'm an intersex person. I work with intersex persons out of Kenya. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And my name is Claude Kandem, acting moderator for this session. So, as I've said again, we've just launched the report, Not Broken, Do Not Fix. We are also alive and aware of the existence of the Children's Act of 2022 and its recognition and protection of the intersex child. But importantly, as we know, some of the work that is being done by the Kenyan National Commission on Human Rights as well is the Intersex Persons Bill. And so what we want here is probably some of the myths or the misunderstandings that we have. Hopefully, some are being addressed to the report, but also for you to have responses from the people themselves, an actual experience just to better understand this. So even as you deal with it, either as an advocate or a person who then, or as a lawyer, or just someone who really is part of the web of social justice advocates for intersex persons, you have that better understanding. So in the interest of time then, having had that background, the report is accessible. You go to the AMCA Africa website, you'll find our publications, you'll find the report there, if you've not yet accessed it. And on this booklet, if you scan this QR code, should directly take you there. A good number of us have. Please feel free to share with your neighbor in case they don't have. But just by scanning this, you'll be able to access the report. So, I want to open up the floor. The first round of questions will take 4 questions. 4 questions. So the first 4 questions, take those 4, then have a round of responses, and then probably go to another round of 4. Starting now. Yes, sir. Can I have someone move around with the mic? But before that, you have one? Okay, let me just give him first.
So good afternoon. My name is Mwangi Dhuku from African Nazarene University, and I have 3 questions. The first question is, for the intersex people, can they conceive and sire children like any other male or female? And if they can, do they still give rise to intersex, or they give rise to male or female? If there is any case, they do. The next question is, I would like to know the chromosomal makeup of the intersex, because we believe, like, for the male it's XY, for the female, no, for the female it's XX. What about the intersex people? Is it XY, XX, or what? Then the last question, is there an initiative to ensure that the intersex people their voice is heard in the society through maybe nominating them to the parliament, the senate, so that they can air out their grievances and be heard by the society and by the government. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. And probably just also by way of providing guidance, happy to get questions, but of course those questions need not be, it's just, and I'm sharing because I probably had not shared that initially, they need not be intrusive or too personal, right? Don't ask a question that potentially if you're on the other side, you're not able to answer. But we are open also to provide clarity. So such issues will also be clarified. Yes, so your questions are being noted. I'm sure we'll get response from the team. Anyone else with a question? Quickly, so that we start getting the responses. MC, there's someone here. There's a hand.
Hello everyone. Hello. My name is Hello. Sorry about that. My name is Ryan Kipngetich, a student from African Nazarene University. I'm very sure some of us had not heard of this in details, but now we have our eyes opened. I'm particularly interested to know how they got the courage and how they got to express themselves so easily, because I know some of us know people of the same case, and we'd like to help them be out there and identify themselves. I'm certain that this bill will pass, and we need to learn how to help them be comfortable with the fact that they subscribe to that cohort. Thank you.
Probably. Can you hear me? That is good. Thank you for your question. Again, they will respond. Any other question? There's a question here. Let me just pass this to you. So one more question, then we have responses, and then we go to another round of questions.
My question is directed to the advocates. What are some positive developments that have been seen in addressing the human rights of intersex people? Yeah.
Thank you. Very, very direct. I'm sure we'll get responses to that. A bit of insight. Any other question? Any other? Fantastic. Okay. Kindly help me pass this mic to.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anjay, come from Cooperative University. I have 3 questions. Are there medical risks associated with intersex conditions? 2, what do intersex and same-sex marriage debate have to do with each other? What evidence is there that you can grow up psychologically healthy with intersex genitals with or without normalizing surgeries?
Thank you. Thank you. Very well informed. Sorry? The last question. Let me try and repeat it, and then if I've distorted it, then you'll correct. So the question was, what evidence is there that intersex children or intersex persons can grow without normalization? Right? Right? Sorry? It's correct. Or of medical surgeries. So, yeah, what is the evidence that they can grow without normalization or without need for any medical surgery and just be okay? So we are going to get responses from the panel. But as we launch the report, you also saw that we have a heavy presence of the intersex individuals here. So probably anything that the panel does not cover, I will allow specific members to also probably add on to that just by way of providing responses. So I think we have for gender balance. I'll start with the lady in the group, and then we pick it up from there. Okay. Who would like to pick up responses? Niboma, you ready? Ama, you come last. Okay.
Allow me to stand. I'll start with the last question, the second last question, by you who didn't identify yourself. It is a good question. Kenya has made strides as a country and as a member of the international community. Law students who are here and advocates who are here know about international human rights instruments. I will not trouble everyone with specific names because by the time I say it, you might forget it. But I will explain what they are saying and what has been done. That is what you wish to know. So I will start by saying we are not there yet, where we want to be. There is the ideal world that we are trying to create by holding conversations such as this. But then there is now the real world in which we are and where these individuals and others like them come from. So it will be a long journey, and for them and their kind, it will be a painful one. So this is what has been done. Currently, you have heard about the Intersex Persons Bill all over the place. And there are those who support it, like many of us here, and those who oppose it with enough vigor outside there, or maybe here. That Intersex Persons Bill is a suggestion to guarantee the equality of intersex persons compared to other persons who don't identify or who are not intersex persons. Okay? So among many other things, number one, equality. Number two, their dignity. So it allows you to participate in life, in the social life and economical life of this country, and even the political life of this country as a human being first, and then the rest of the filters will come in. Now, someone asked about their participation in the political sphere, and that is where that bill comes in. But that bill is now a current step, and it is not all that we have. And because it is not yet law, we have had other things that operate in favor of intersex persons, other acts of parliament and other policies. The Children's Act. I will try to be brief because of time. The Children's Act was amended recently in 2022 to include intersex persons and their rights. I will not mention specific sections, but there is section 26 and then section 7 for law students, and then the rules that are pending. So those are of note for you law students. But the Children's Act, in simple terms, just says that there are children who might be born intersex, and that these children remain children as far as the law should be concerned, and as far as anyone really should care. They are children and they should be treated properly, so that we won't have situations where children are missing out on birth certificates and perhaps health care and immunization, because a doctor somewhere on his own accord decided that they cannot immunize a child whose sex they have not ascertained. So the act is telling them it doesn't matter where tibu yeye, hiyo mambo ingine wachia wenyewe. But who are wenyewe? Wenyewe are the people who register persons, the people who have record of Kandem, and the people who have record of me, the people who have record of you, the people who know your names in this country. They are called the Bureau, the National Registration Bureau. Now, those are the people who should be concerned about whether this child is intersex or not. Now, those people are being told to include them by having birth certificates that show that this person is intersex. Okay, that has not been there before. We have had male or female. We are moving toward accepting as a country and as a community that it is not an either or. male or female, that there might be other descriptions, and that people have a right to describe themselves in that manner. Okay, so that part where we say the birth certificates and birth notification cards should have that initial that represents intersex persons has not been implemented yet, and that is why we are scampering all over the place as people who care about human rights, discussing these things so that we have it in place. There are others that I will not go into for now, because I see my friend wants to take the mic. But I hope that satisfies your question and the curiosity of others.
Thank you. And we know, probably just for clarity, we have mooters in the room. For those who are not law students, mooters are, so you have a legal problem and you litigate as you would litigate that matter in court, and that will be the next session, and they are going to litigate issues around all the questions that are being raised, and we'll have judges who will also be raising questions, and ultimately we'll have a commentary on that later on. So if everything is not very clarified, at least also from a legal point, worry not, there's going to be a whole other session. But for now, let's also get to hear the voices of people themselves.
Afternoon again. Hata Kiswahili siniruga. Ya kitaifa. So there's someone was kuna swali liliulizwa, akauliza kwamba chromosomal pattern. Tunajua kwamba for ladies ni 46XX, si kweli? And then for gentlemen ni 46XY. But kwa intersex, daktari akiongea alisema kwamba tunakuanga hapo katikati, unaelewa? So unarealize kwamba mtu anaweza kuwa kuna 46XX and then Y. Umeelewa venye iko? Instead of XX anakuwa na 46XXY. So hapo ndio kunakuwa na issue. And then we have gonads. Instead of testicles or ovaries, you realize kwamba mtu akona pengine one ovary and one test, na ziko ndani, hazitokei pale nje. So pia hapo kunakuwa na issue. And then there was a question kuna mwenye aliuliza kwamba kuna chances gani za kugrow without surgeries. I'm one of those person ambao hawakufanyiwa surgery. Mimi venye niko hivi ndivyo niko natural, hakuna kitu nimewahifanyiwa, hivi ndivyo nimegrow. Hata kama niligrow kama msichana, but ukiniangalia kuna msichana ndani yangu kweli, hakuna. So niligrow kama msichana, hakuna surgery nimefanya. Sasa ndio nimejijua, hata nikitaka kufanya hiyo surgery naweza fanya. So issues hizo zinatokeanga. Sijui kama kuna swali lingine. Do you have another question nataka kujua zaidi?
It ties to what he has said. I will allow it, and it has to be one question and very direct.
Good afternoon. I'm Joseph Silla from African Nazarene University Law School, third year. My question is, you find some children are born intersex, and the doctor identifies and looks the other, and surgery is done to remain with a gender that is strong, and when this child grows up later, the one which was weaker becomes stronger. How is it dealt with at that stage?
That is a dilemma that they face, but let him respond.
So I want to say, unaona kwa mfano, napenda kutoa my own example. Sinilelewa kama msichana. What if wangenichukua hiyo surgery and then remove the other whatever? Ni nini ingehappen? Singekuwa ngumu. So I have my friends when walienda pengine that surgery and then wakaharibiwa, and then ukigrow ulilelewa kama msichana, and then you grow, you are a different person. So hiyo ndio ina happen. That is why we have that Children's Act ya 2023. So hakuna daktari anaweza kubaliwa kwa sasa kufanyia mtoto yoyote surgery. So anawachwa, anagrow, and then anajielewa, and then kama akitaka kwenda surgery anaweza enda, akitaka kukaa anaweza kaa pia.
Thank you so much. Senior in the room.
Good afternoon, everyone. mi nitaongelea juu ya vile kuhusu kuzaa I'm not sure, kwa sababu sijaona mwenye alizaa. Kwa hivyo ni mimi mwenyewe nimekuwa na familia, lakini walinitoroka juu niko intersex. Yeah. Sasa tunavumilia tu mateke, kupigwa mateke, kwa sababu tumevumilia. Nimekaa miaka mingi, lakini ni a stigma, victimization and everything. Yeah. Swali ingine?
There's a question there. Raise your hand. Hi. Yes, thank you. Yes, and then you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm Sophia Salim from Multimedia University. I'd like to ask, okay, I hope I'm not that intrusive. So you said about the certificate being changed into the intersexual, I mean in the intersex, whatever. So I was wondering, like, if you are given a boy's name and then you grew up and found out that you are a she or her, so do you get the chance of changing the name? And also, how do you come to identify if you are he or her? I mean, he or him or she or her. Thank you.
All right, the government wamejaribu kutengeneza hiyo maneno, na nafikiri saa hizi kila mtu wako na kitambulisho.
So thank you. So I want to get additional responses from people not on the panel. I'll come back to you. Let me get from those not on the panel. So 1, 2, and then the commissioner, and then.
Okay, to answer on that question, intersex persons we have like 47 different variations. So kama mimi siwezi za, like, because nini yangu I have a different variation. Kuna mwingine anaweza za. So we are different. Not all of us that tunaweza zalisha, na kuna mwenye anaweza zalisha na kuna mwenye hawezi zalisha. So go different.
Sawa. You've heard that there are 47. Please, it's a research topic. A good number here of us are lawyers, and those who are not lawyers, we are university students. Knowledge is power. You research this, you'll get to understand it better. 47 different variations. Remember, we've talked about chromosomal, gonadal. Some manifests physically, some is internal. All those things you'll get to understand. So actually, no two people are the same. Even the ones who are here, it all manifests differently. Let me have her. Then I'm coming to. Okay. So let me have him.
She, her. I'm not him. There are a lot of complication when it comes to someone able to have children or not. But I'll give you an example. We have an organization, we are dealing with our colleagues. And one occasion happened, one of us was very sick. She had infection. He had infection. He portrayed as a man. But when we went to take up at Aga Khan, and we were told that your colleague has uterus, and if you are not doing something, maybe it can change into cancerous, and then we might lose him. And there was another doctor from Brazil who insisted us not to do any operation because the system has adapted to him or her, so there is no danger of him or removing the uterus. This person has genitalia of male, but internally he has uterus. At a certain point, the infection continued until he was taken for operation, but not the removal of the uterus, but in that illness he was suffering. Now he is 41 years old. He still has the uterus. He ovulates, and there is no danger with him. So someone can portray as a man outside, but internally they have uterus. This is how things are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner, I know you wanted to respond to some issues.
Thank you. I think most of my colleagues have responded most of the questions, but I just wanted to clarify one thing. Someone asked about whether there's any medical risks. My last responder just said that unless it's threatening, that's the moment doctors are allowed to, because they also have a right to save lives. Like at the age of 9, I had testicles inside, and they're becoming cancerous. So they're infecting the whole body. So that one, they had no choice but to make a decision. And for information, intersex as a condition is not disability, and it's never painful. That's why we're saying, if it's not painful, it's not harming anyone, then why fix what is not broken? So I think most of my colleagues responded to that, but know that when it's life-threatening, then there's no choice but to go for surgeries.
Thank you. In the interest of time, we are going to... Okay, I have to accept one question from this group.
It's not a question, mine. It's just a comment to Commissioner from what you've said. I'm deaf. My name is Josephine. At times we are saying like intersex is not like disability. What about as there is something? Something that is maybe we don't have to say like this, intersex is not disability. We can just say it is something that is what makes the difference, so that at least people can get to understand and not have a discrimination on what you've said. Just clarify it is not disability. How?
Okay, it is fair. So the comment there was a comment that intersex is not disability, and that's okay. But then the representatives who are here, who are hearing impaired, are saying it's an unfair comparison, and it might result to discrimination when you say it is not. So it means we should potentially give different treatment to something that is a disability. You get that? So even in our wording, in how, even when we litigate here, the judges will expect for you to also be very sensitive in the language that you use. Yeah? Tony, my senior, that is the only reason, and then we close. I'm going to get fired.
There is one question that was asked that we have not answered about name change. 1 second, not 1 minute. They are allowed to change names. Everyone is allowed to change names, even you, for whatever reason. So intersex persons are also allowed to change names. So they can change through the law. There is a process which I won't explain now, but everything is guaranteed, okay?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you so much for the questions. We are racing against time.
For the person who had the question around the relationship between intersex and LGBTI, because time is finished, please see me during lunch. I'll give you the explanation for that answer.
Thank you. We are done with this session. Shelmith, where are you? It's your session now. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you for your time. We really appreciate. And feel free to engage them. Feel free to pick their mind. Feel free to ask questions. What you're not allowed to do is ask very personal and invasive questions. If you on that other side could not answer that question, if I asked you, then please. If I ask you to show me your penis right now, to show me your vagina, you cannot. So please do not ask someone to show you what you cannot. Yeah? Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for that session. You have learned more, okay? But the other thing I would like to tell you is that Since you woke up, have you just been thinking about what you have in between your legs? Have you? Have you even thought about it? What do you have about from another person? Human beings, we are more than our reproductive organs, our genitals, okay? The problem is, when we are speaking, let's say, about an intersex person, we forget this is a human being who wakes up like you, goes about life, goes to school, goes to work, goes to do things, who has this, and we reduce them to one thing, genitals. That's why when you're some of you, when you're given an opportunity to ask very serious question, all you're interested is the genitals. Please, just know that we as human beings, some of us have not even thought about our genitals for a long time. You don't even know how it look like. Nani yako? Isn't it? No, sometimes we just need to be serious. Sindio? Sindio? Yes, exactly like that. So, let's look at human being as a whole human who has all this full life, and we talk about issues. We talk about, there are so many persons who are like female sex and male sex, and they can't give birth. For one reason or, and there are many, and they are increasing in number, as we have seen the fertility list, the fertility rate. So, it's not just about a better to give birth, they're going to give birth. There are so many people who don't do it. That thing with those who don't do it, and they can do it. Sindio? So we don't reduce human to just one element of their lives. They have a whole humanity. So you look at a human being from a whole humanity. So tuko sawa? Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Tuendelee, munaongea tuendelee. Nyinyi jamani, mkikula lunch mtabadilika ama mtazidi? Mtabadilika? Mko serious? Mtabadilika ama mtazidi? Nitashrab tu ndio mtacheka. Saa hii tu. Aya, so we are going now to the next 10 minutes only. Shelmith, wherever you are, please show up here and explain to us that comic. There is something you are given, like a comic book. Leo tutafunza hii kitu mpaka ingie. Si ndio? Hebu fungua yako uone hiyo story kwa hapo ndani. 10 minutes. Then we start the moot. So, those who are setting the moot, who is in charge of rounds? Byron, get the teams. If you are in the competition, please go out here and start preparing, because we are not stopping. We will just have Dalton come and do one song. No, usifanye ya kulia. Tutaki kulia leo. Ukuje tufanyie moja. Sio Dalton, where are you? Si sahi. Utawaambia sahi. Wapea hiyo music wata prepare. So Shamida akimaliza hivi tufanyie hivyo, then we start mooting. Tunataka tumalize, tufanye mpaka finals, mtuambie who wins. Then leo ni furahi day. Leo ni furahi day, tuende home mapema, si ndio? Ama tuendi home? Sawa, tuende kwenye tunaenda, si ndio? Sawa. So people who are in mooting, please go outside. Byron, get your team here. We don't want to waste time waiting we are starting to sort out things. Tony, I think you should be out there with the people who are mooting, so that we don't waste any minutes to start the teams. They already know who are starting. Thank you so much. Shelmith, introduce yourself. Tell us what you do, what you like, whether you are an intersex person, and where you work. Yes, then you tell us about that booklet. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Oh, bado sijaamka. So my name is Shelmith Gatweri Maranya. I'm an alum. Cloud is our English person. Cloud, ulisema ni alumnus. Yeah, I am an alumnus of JKUAT, having graduated in 2020. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, as well as the program manager of AMCA Africa. That's me. It's a small comic. Does everyone have a copy of this? It was distributed. Kama hauna share na neighbor, please share with your neighbor a copy of this. When you go through this comic, it is just everything we are talking about today, everything that is in that report, everything that the mooters are going to moot about, everything that the panelists have talked about, everything that the keynote guest speakers have talked about. It is summarized here in a fun manner. Okay, I think it's fun. Is it fun? Tell me it's fun because I wrote it. Okay, I'm creative a little bit. Sindio, nilijaribu. So we are seeing a bit of a story hapo. Please go through it because we are going to discuss it. And then we have exam ile fun kidogo. We have a crossword puzzle here. I want the person who gets the most words will have a gift. How many have you gotten so far? Nani ako na 5? Really? So now we are going, I'm not going to go through it page by page because we don't have time. In the meantime, we can have the first team of the Mooters just come and sit down. We are organizing our judges. So from page 1 to page 5, to about page 5, we are seeing a child being born in a hospital, right? Just what all these people have said. In most scenarios, when the doctor mtoto akizaliwa, they just look at the genitalia and they are like, hey, this is a boy, this is a girl, right? And they are done. Yeah? But for this child, it's very different. The doctors themselves do not know what it is. That's what we are talking about, medical normalization. Because the doctor, we can see the doctor said that the child has been born with a deformity. You understand what I'm saying? And the doctor at that point has started suggesting that we do medical normalization. He has started suggesting that they do surgeries, that they put the child under medication, and the mother has accepted. In fact, the mother has just looked at the baby and decided this is a girl because I wanted a girl. And that is the situation of 90% of the intersex persons here. The parent just goes and the doctors, they decide this is a girl and they make that decision for that child at a point when they should not be making that decision. I want all of us, even when we are here, we just go through the Children Acts 2022 hata tukitoka tu for revision. See how soon are the exams coming? I should talk to the lecturers to test that. Anyway, so that's what I'm talking about. And then now we have seen the stigmatization in the community from page 6, the green bit, that is up to page 10. We are seeing the community whereby they are saying, one of them, we are seeing a lady here who is saying that in fact this child doesn't need to be taken to the hospital. This is just a curse. We have some cultural things tunaweza fanya hapa na mtoto atapona, you know. Those are some of the experiences, and this is at least it's just said. Imagine that is the reality of 90% of the intersex persons. They have been taken from the research. Please go to our research. It's like it has stories as well. It's not just usifikirie because it's called a baseline study. It's so complicated. You can just go look at it. It's good to learn things. You never know when you can experience this. When you go out there, you're going to be okay. Do we have doctors here? People studying medicine. You're going to be even an advocate going out there encountering an intersex person. You know, you need to know who you are dealing with. I don't want anyone coming out of here akiuliza who an intersex person is, hana jibu. I hope as you are going on, you're picking some words in the crossword puzzle. And then we are seeing about, and then at page 10 particularly, we are seeing how, we are seeing how these things are making this child, this aspect of being subjected to corrective surgeries, being subjected to a childhood whereby they are taking medication, where they are not even being informed what is this medication about. They are not giving consent to any of these procedures. We are seeing this child's education being affected. That's what Milka was saying about the commissioner being very lucky to be an intersex person who has been learned up to this point and has gotten such a position. Majority of them, actually, when they are in the rural areas, the stigmatization is so big, they don't get an opportunity to even go to school. Some of them spend their whole of their childhood at the hospital, just being corrected when it's so unnecessary. And then we are seeing us from page 11 to 14. We are seeing, up from page 11 to 14, we are seeing now, 20 years later, this intersex person, what the Children Act 2022 is trying to prevent. The intersex child now, he's all grown up. Do they identify, they were brought up as a girl. Do they identify as a woman right now? No, that's what we are seeing, right? But remember all those corrective surgeries that were done. Despite all that, all these surgeries, what medical impacts are they having? We'll have more stories in and these are real stories, real life experiences of the respondents who took part in our research. So, and then now, what lessons have you learned from this? Usiangalie Mwakenya iko hapo nyuma. Najua kuna Mwakenya, but what lessons, just one or two persons? Anything that you have learned from this comic? You can, if you didn't get a chance to read through it, ndani sana you can read through it. Any lesson? Hakuna kitu tumefunza. Should we go home? Any lessons?
Gladys Mudhoni from JQuat campus, main campus. What I've learned is that, as the theme says, not broken, do not fix. When the child is born intersex, don't alter. It is God's creation. And God says that He created us wonderfully, so you don't have to alter or change anything about the child. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other lessons? There was a hand here. You sure? Okay, any other lessons, backbenchers?
Hi guys. I know you're used to me right now. So upfront that there is need for publicization. We need to really publicize about intersex, and like she said, it's not broken. Do not fix it. Let the person decide for themselves what they want to be at a time that they are able to decide according to the hormones that are in their body. And sometimes we say that sometimes parents know best, but really, do they? We are all humans. We get influenced by our certain interests. So I believe we should let this child grow to an age where he or she can be able to make a decision that I want to be this. Yeah, it's a personal decision. Thank you, guys.
Any other final lesson before we also we are going to do a bit of auction of who has the greatest number of words. We'll give them a gift. Tutaona tu sahi.
I didn't introduce myself the first time. I'm Nekesa. I'm from JQuat main campus. I think what I've learned, maybe in future, hata sahi nikienda ku create awareness somewhere about the intersex and stuff, I have some knowledge that when someone is born intersexual, it's not right to decide for them, and you should not be in a hurry to settle for a surgery. That person has the right to decide for himself or herself. Yeah, itanisaidia pia nikienda ku create awareness anywhere I'll go.
Thank you. Any last person from the backbenchers? Amna komi kuko nyuma? Okay. I'm small. I'll get there.
So what I've learned is, first of all, the human body is very complex, and so it's very important for us to use the correct language. If you do not know what it is, if you do not know what you're talking about, it's good for you to ask.
Okay, thank you so much. So how many words have you found in the comic? Nani amepata 51? Wewe umepata ngapi? Umepata ngapi na utatuambia? Umepata ngapi? Na wewe umepata ngapi? Na ule wa huko nyuma? 30. 51 is our winner. Hebu 51 come. Au wengine itabidi mnunue English aid, bring me, nipe your gift bag. Nipe gift bag pale. Nipe gift bag. There's someone. I'm being told there is someone. How many? More than 51. You have not counted. You have to count them. And they have to be words related to intersex persons, right? Come. To what you are learning here. Si ukikwanga kwa gazeti wakiuliza jina hapo, even if you find another one, is it helpful? So you'll tell us a few of the words that you found, and you'll tell us, and what do you think those words mean? Don't take too much time. Let's begin with her. You see, the pronouns are she, her. Pronouns. Okay. You too? Them. You see, our gents, boy child, itabidi.
Hello, once more. Can you hear me from the back? Okay, congenital, puberty, anatomic, abdomen, chromosome, chromosomal, heel, mutilate, gonad, genital, anatomy, girl protection, deformed, religion, medication, prosecution, detrimental. Have I said that's just
How many of those words are related to intersex persons? And for instance, umesema congenital. What does that mean? Really? All of them? How? Hajafika 50 lakini hajamaliza because of time. Let's just hear some words here and then we can talk about them, give the gifts, and we'll have the advocates. These are our advocates today. They begin the mood session.
Hello. Formed, religion, adrenaline, medication, genital, girl, child, sex, identity, gene, science, human rights, sex mutilation, genes, detrimental, genital, custody, health, puberty.
Corrective surgery. Okay. You want to say something? Uh-huh. Sorry? Corrective surgery, right? They have said corrective surgery. Wewe ni wale wa kwenda na lori kuchallenge elections. Okay, so as I promised, I keep my promises. We are gonna give gifts. Niliona sijui kupeana gifts mimi, so here's your gift. Thank you. Okay, so that's it. You can keep finding. Labda unaweza kuja uongee na mimi vizuri nikwambie, hey, wewe umepata 100, we can reconsider, si ndio? Okay, so now we are going to go ahead to the mood session. We'll have our court bailiff take over, tell them how much time they have, and then we'll give the mic to the judges. Please stay in. This is so much learning as well. You are also our judges. You are with the people, right? Munaweza sema yenye judges wamechagua si huyo, si ndio? So please let's pay attention. Let's keep let's stay in this tent as well so that we can finish this session.
Good afternoon. My name is Eda Ayuma. I'm a member of AMCA Africa and also an alumnus of JQuat. For our teams today, on our right-hand side, we have the applicants. That is team AA07. On my right-hand side is team AA02. They'll be our respondents for the day. For a moot is more like a court simulation. That is for those who do not know. Behind me are our honorable judges for today, and I'll be the bailiff of the day, assisted by Byron. So in a court, we do not expect a lot of movement. We need you to be settled and just listen to the people who are presenting. That's it. I'll hand over to the judges now.
All right. So you're in court. Presiding judge.
Okay, we wish to welcome you to AMCA Africa Sexual and Reproductive Health Rights Moot Court. And mine is to call the court to order so that we can begin the moot court.
Honorable judges, distinguished guests, members of the audience, may it please this court, my name is Maroro Sam. I rise on behalf of the applicant alongside my co-counsel, Mr. Moredi Anthony. Of the 15 minutes that the court has stipulated to us, I will use the first 6 minutes to elucidate on the preliminary issues of jurisdiction and admissibility. Thereafter, I will proceed on the merits of issue 1. Thereafter, my co-counsel, I'll pass him the baton where he shall dissect issues 3 and 2. Unless the court dictates otherwise, I wish to proceed. The jurisdiction that this court is bestowed upon with is by virtue of the Constitution, legislation, and judicial precedent. This is by dint of Samuel Kamau Macharia and 2 others v. KCB Bank. A court cannot arrogate itself jurisdiction that it's not conferred upon it by law. And in our instance, Article 165(3) of the Constitution expressly grants this court the jurisdiction to entertain the matters that has been lodged before it. And with this regard, I submit to this honorable court that this court has the requisite jurisdiction to entertain the issues lodged before it. Rights for All, which we represent, is a human rights organization which is by law allowed to represent a member or an interested person in alleged matter of violation of rights. And considering that there are no pending matters in lower courts, we submit that this matter is thus rightfully and lawfully admissible. Unless the court has questions, I would like to proceed to issue 1.
There's a preliminary objection.
Thank you, Honorable Bench, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Innocent Wanyonyi Otuma, the lead counsel appearing for the respondents. And with me here today is my co-counsel, Kevin Murimi, and we have a preliminary objection to jurisdiction. We submit that this court, that the matters submitted before this court as per issue 2 is inadmissible before this court. The respondents shall rely on the case of KKBM vs. SCM that renders a case inadmissible provided that it has not met the 3 doctrines of justiciability, which is ripeness, mootness, and the doctrine of avoidance. It is our submission here today that, as per the doctrine of avoidance, the applicants have not exhausted local remedies that are provided as per statute in the pursuit of issue B. And these local remedies are provided for under the Independent Policing Oversight Authority Act of 2011, which provides that a litigant should exhaust the remedies provided for in the pursuit of justice while complaining about things of the police to the International Policing Oversight Authority, where there is a committee established before the matter is brought to court. And there exists the Kenya Medical, or rather the Kijano Medical Practitioners and Dentists Board Cap 253, Laws of Kijano, which provides for a disciplinary council that handles matters of medical malpractice. So we submit that this matter is not ripe before this honorable court because the applicants have not exhausted local remedies. Thank you.
In response to that concern, I would like to submit to this court that this matter is not merely a legal matter. It is a matter that extends to the broader realm of public interest, and it touches on the critical issue of infringement of the Bill of Rights. And we're all aware that when matters, the High Court has expressed jurisdiction to handle matters that talk about human rights violations and human rights infringement. IPOA Act that provides for the commission that should look into the disciplinary issues committed by any member of service. They are specific and they say disciplinary issues. IPOA's power to investigate into complaints of members of service is more of an internal authority. That is like the applicant is coming to court saying that the police are immune to prosecution. Unless the court avers otherwise, I would like to submit on issue 1. Thank you. I would like to submit to this court that the government has, in blatant disregard of the principles of natural justice and of basic human dignity, has failed to formulate guidelines and policies that expressly provide for the protection of the sexual health and reproductive rights of intersex persons. This is not only in contravention of our supreme law, the Constitution, but also in contravention of international instruments. I'm talking about the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 2.1, the International Covenant on the Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, Article 2.1. This is also buttressed under Article 1 of the African Charter on the Welfare and Rights of a Child. And in blatant disregard of these rights, the government has chosen to adamantly ignore to legislate and formulate policies that address the same. There lacks a proper policy or guidelines that would have protected Buni from being subjected to involuntary corrective surgery. Had this provision been put in place, Buni would not have suffered the aftermath that he did, that led to the complication of his genitalia. Your Honor, the lack of providing legal recognition to Buni was again perpetuated by the government because it lacks policies, it lacks guidelines, because it is the government's duty to take legislative duties and undertake any measures necessary in full realization of the social economic rights of intersex persons included. To our sadness, the government is sitting on their backs. The government is sitting watching as other jurisdiction, other countries making efforts, making strides in protecting the rights of intersex persons. The question is, when will the plight of these marginalized communities be alleviated? I submit to this court that the constitutional promise of dignity and equality to all humans, to the intersex persons, is just but a distant dream, a fallacy to say the least. And we implore this court to issue precedent that reverberates far beyond this courtroom and emphasizes, finds the government, holds the government accountable by failing to formulate policies and guidelines that touch on the sexual and reproductive health rights of intersex persons. Unless the court avers otherwise, I wish to pass the baton to my co-counsel.
Sorry, Council, which policies do you have in mind that the government failed to formulate?
Thank you. With regards to the infringement of rights that Buni faced, talk of Buni's sexual harassment in prison. Had the Prison Act provided for specific provisions that cater for the separate confinement of these special persons, he would not have faced this harassment. Another thing, there are other countries that have legislated and have policies that dictate on that regard to the protection of the sexual health and reproductive rights of intersex persons. For example, in Malta, for example, Germany, for example, Australia, they have even introduced the I gender sex marker in their birth certificates. Where is Kijano? Kijano's government is sleeping on its backs. It is sleeping on the taxpayers' money by failing to protect these rights. And in thus, I implore this court to find them in violation of the Constitution, which is our supreme law of the land. If that answers your question, I wish to pass the baton to my co-counsel. I depend on Article 165 of the Constitution, Section 4 of the High Court Act, and the judicial precedent of Samuel Kamau Macharia and two others versus KCB and another, where the court emphatically stated that a court cannot arrogate itself jurisdiction that is not conferred upon it by law. And in that regard, this court has satisfied the jurisdictional requirements as specified in the Constitution and other law, and therefore can entertain the issues lodged before it. Unless the court has any other question, I would like to pass the baton to my co-counsel. Yes. Thank you. The Children Act touches on intersex by one, defining the term intersex, and also providing for whereby the children who are in conflict with the law have been arrested or have been confined. It has provisions whereby they are accorded special treatment. However, in the Malta Declaration, it is a whole act that touches on intersex conclusively, rather as compared to the Children Act. For example, they have provisions that bar surgeons or medical practitioners from performing intrusive surgeries that will later come and affect the health negatively of intersex persons. Such provisions are absent in any Kenyan law, leave alone the Children's Act 2022. So as much as the government might try to convince us that they have made steps and have, in their own capacity, have tried to make policies, they are just on paper, and the implementation part of it is nowhere to be seen. The government is blatantly disregarding these rights and ignoring them. I therefore implore this court to find them in violation of the Constitution. Unless the court otherwise, I wish to pass the baton to my co-counsel.
Presiding Judge, honorable members of the bench, good afternoon, and may it please the court. My name is Murithi Anthony, as already introduced, and I'm counsel for the applicant. I shall be dealing with the second and third issues by stating that the government of Kijano violated the right of intersex persons, and specifically the right of Buni, by the conduct of police officers and the conduct of health practitioners, and the police has failed to implement enough policy and legal interventions for the protection of sexual reproductive health right. We respectfully submit that the government has regrettably failed to protect the internationally recognized human right of the right to privacy, the right to human dignity, the right to legal protection, and the right to non-discrimination. It is our submission that being born intersex is not a choice. Being born intersex also is not a crime. Intersex is just a sex characteristics, and it is not upon one to choose to be born intersex. But the conduct of the government of Kijano has shown like being born intersex in this country is a crime. Specifically, we rely on the Birth and Registration Act in Section 7, where it provides for the markers. It provides for checkboxes for male and female only, and does not recognize high for intersex persons. It is our submission that this means that these persons cannot get legal recognitions, and without the right to legal recognitions, other fundamental rights such as the right to association, the freedom of movement is curtailed. It is our submission that Article 31 of the Constitution of Kijane provides for the right of privacy. This is further expounded by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Children's Charter, and specifically Section 22 of the Children's Act, which states that, and I read, every person is prohibited from revealing the data of children without legal. No person shall be subject. I shall read again. No person shall subject a child to unlawful interference with his or her privacy, family, or private affairs. In the context of sexual reproductive health right, it is our submission that the right to privacy includes the right to have themselves, their status as intersex persons not disclosed. We see from the fact that the health practitioners in the hospitals, they took the pictures of private parts of Buni and exposed them in social medias, which violate this right. We further submit that the right to dignity as provided by Article 27 and the right to non-discrimination as provided by Article 28 has been violated. With the remaining time, I wish to proceed to note that Article 43 provides for the right to the highest attainable health care, which includes the right to access the right to access contraceptives and family planning, and the government failed to provide contraceptives, whereby we see that Buni could not find condoms that fit his genitalia. Therefore, he engaged in sexual intercourse, which led him to contract HIV/AIDS. Further, we implore this honorable court to wield its discretion with wisdom, for it stands as the only defender of the right and dignity of intersex persons. We plead with this honorable court to remain acutely aware that Buni is just one case, but he represents several other intersex persons who face burdens of societal prejudice simply for being unique. May the beacon of justice shine forth undiminished. We rest our case. Unless there are further questions, we wish to rest our case.
May it please this honorable court. My name again is Innocent Wanyonyi Otuma, the lead counsel for the respondents. And I shall introduce my co-counsel, Kevin Murimi, also appearing for the respondents. I shall take 7 minutes to tackle, to again reiterate on the issue of jurisdiction and to tackle issue A. And my co-counsel Kevin Murimi will take 7 minutes to tackle issue B and C, and we shall reserve 1 minute for rebuttals. On the matter of jurisdiction, we as the respondents on jurisdiction, we submit that indeed issue B, which has been brought before this honorable court by the applicants, as per the case of John Harun Mwavas, Peter Gastro, and 3 others, is a case that has not satisfied the mootness in a court of law because it has not met the threshold in the doctrine of constitutional avoidance. The doctrine of constitutional avoidance states that if a matter can be legislated before a court of law, if a matter can be legislated in substantive law, before being brought before a court of law as a constitutional issue, it will be taken as such. And the wording in John Harun Mwavas, Peter Gastro, and 3 others was, where an infringement of rights can be founded on substantial law, the proper way is to bring the claim under law and not under the Constitution. We submit that issue C was a matter that touches on the medical malpractice of doctors and the alleged misconduct of the police. It is not a matter that is ripe enough to cause a constitutional, to be of constitutional weight. Again, as per the submissions of the applicants, they have argued that the respondents have been wrong to violate the rights of privacy. The respondents have been wrong to violate the rights of dignity. etc., etc. However, we shall rely on the Anarita case that states that whenever a constitutional case, a constitutional issue is brought before a court of law, it will be argued and with precision on which right was violated. We submit here today that although there has been a blanket cover on the privacy that has been violated on the children, there has been a blanket cover of the dignities, the alleged dignities that have been violated, the law has not been married to any fact. And therefore this court is being invited to act in vain. A court of law does not act in vain. With that, I shall proceed on my second substantial issue and demonstrate to this honorable court that the government of Kijano did not violate the constitution and any other international human rights law by failing to formulate policies and guidelines for the treatment of and of the sexual and reproductive health of intersex persons. We agree that Article 43 of the Constitution of Kijano provides for the right to the highest attainable standards of health. Article 43 of the Constitution of Kijano should be read in conjuncture with Article 25 of the Constitution that says that in applying any right under Article 43, if the state claims that it does not have the resources to implement the right, a court or tribunal shall be guided by the following principles. And we have the burden of demonstrating before this honorable court, which we shall do, that the state lacks resources, the state lacks we shall demonstrate that the state does not have adequate resources, and we shall also demonstrate that indeed we have given priority in allocating the widest possible enjoyment, including the vulnerability of particular groups of individuals under Article 25b. To demonstrate that we do not have adequate resources, as per the fact sheet, we see that the fact sheet began by describing us as a low-income country. A low-income country is a country that does not have adequate resources to do things as to the processes of a state, etc., etc. The matters of intersex is not a novel matter, but it is a matter that has come to the forefront recently. No other thing has been challenged. The right to health has not been challenged because the state has provided for. But on the intersex bill, the government has taken steps because the constitution provides that the steps should be taken. The steps that should be taken should be reasonable and should be progressive. The state, therefore, has taken progressive steps and has been seen to take steps under, for example, Section 21 of the Children's Act that provides for the rights of the intersex children. We also have an active bill in Parliament called the Intersex Bill of 2022, which, when legislated, shall critically deal with issues of intersex persons. This is per our mandate of the Constitution, where Article 21(2) provides that the state shall take legislative policy and other measures, including the setting of standards, to achieve progressive realization of rights under Article 43. In my conclusion, before I cede the ground to my fellow council, we submit that indeed the state has done enough. The state has taken reasonable steps in the achievement of the progressive rights, of the progressive realization of the right to health, and the state has therefore upheld the Constitution and international human rights law on the treatment and had formulated policies that guide the health of intersex persons. If there are no questions from the bench, I will cede ground to my co-counsel Murimi, who shall tackle issue B and C.
Okay, sorry, you mentioned steps which have been taken by the state. You mentioned the bill which is in Parliament, and maybe that bill we're not sure whether it will pass or not. Are you aware of any administrative measures or steps that the state has taken or could take in the meantime as we wait for the bill to pass in Parliament?
In the answer to your first question, whether the bill will pass or not is not a matter that can be argued in court, but it is a matter of politics of a country. But provided that the bill has been taken, provided that there is an active bill in Parliament that is proceeding to the third reading, we see that indeed the state has been seen to take steps, and that is the threshold of the Constitution towards the achievement of that right. And in the second question of whether there has been, whether there, kindly repeat, kindly.
Any measures, of course, outside the Parliament that the state has taken or is taking to address the concerns of intersex persons, even as we wait for the bill, or there are no such measures that the state has taken?
There has been steps that have been taken by the state. For example, the court ordered a census on the intersex persons to be taken so that the state can have an adequate database of the people, their number, who they are, and where they are from, so that even in the implementation of many other rights, including the right to health, these people can be taken into consideration in future. They shall not be neglected.
The presiding judge, the honorable bench, my lady and my lord, good morning. My name is Kevin. I am many things, but for the purpose of this case, I am counsel for the respondent. I'll be dealing with issue B and issue C, which is whether the government of Kijano, through the conduct of the police officers and the staff of public hospitals, violated the Constitution or any international human rights law by denying Buni his sexual and reproductive health rights. And then the other issue of whether the government of Kijano violated the Constitution or other international human rights by failing to protect, fulfill, respect, and the sexual reproductive and sex reproductive and health rights of intersex persons. A lot has been submitted on this matter, but before I proceed, I would want to put this issue into context. The applicant, who is Buni, and in putting this issue into context, I look at the timelines in which the matter exists. So the first issue that I'll bring this court attention to is paragraph 6 on when Buni was born. And then I'll marry it with the law and then make my submissions in relation to that. So Buni was born on 4th April 2003. And then I'll rush to the paragraph which says when the new constitution was put out. The new constitution was put out in 2015. And bringing the attention of, after I brought that attention, I'll proceed to make submissions in relation to the constitution, which was passed in 2015. And the first issue I'll present on is on Article 43. Article 43 provides for the socio-economic and Article 43 provides on economic and social rights. And in that, we have the health rights. And then Article 20 provides, Article 21 exemplifies these positions by saying the state shall take legislative, policy, and other measures, including setting the standards to achieve the progressive realizations of the rights guaranteed under Article 43. And then in looking at the exact issues which we'll be dealing with, that of the staff of public hospitals, I'll point out to when Buni was born, and that is why I brought the attention of court to this. Buni was born when we had the old constitutional dispensation. And in that old constitutional dispensation, there are things which were not captured. And such things include the rights which were brought under Article 43. And that is why the constitution, the new constitution 2015 was so important to everyone, including the progressive realizations of every person's right, including the intersex persons. So in making the submissions on whether the nurses, when Buni was born, the fact that they violated the right to privacy, that cannot be brought in relation to retrospective application of law. In as much as we do not have the constitutional dispensation of that time, the right to privacy was not as captured as it's captured in this constitution. And in that, in going to the other, when Boni went to the hospital, the nurses putting the photographs in social media, the law allows for innocent mistake. And in innocent mistake will draw the court of the attention of the court in the nurses policies, the code of conduct for nurses in Kenya. And then in that we'll point out the one of the issues which nurses in doing their in conducting their issues, they should have they should be bound by the principles of professionalism, nurses' responsibility, and that includes the issue of confidentiality, which we are not in dispute in this matter. But then, where there is no law binding this, and where the nurses, and there is also the Hippocratic Oath, which provides that in conducting business, a medical practitioner will look at the best interest of the patient. And the best interest of the patient are not defined by law. So we go to areas or jurisdictions which have defined this position. And one is the Australian Conduct for Nurses, which says, or rather, let me start with a case law, which says that in relation to the right to privacy under Article 31, and also marrying this with the fact that it's not one of the rights which cannot be limited under Article 5. In marrying this fact, the court said in the case of the court put out in the case of, I see my time is up. I would seek discretion of the court for a little more time to complete this issue. In the case of,
just 1 minute, just 1 minute extension.
Okay, thank you. In the case of, let me read out the judgment, or let me explain what the court said in that case. They said that whereas medical practitioners or anyone who is bound by the principles of confidentiality has that right to the patient, the law may provide instances where that right can be deviated in the interest of the public. And we submit by, in as much as this was an innocent mistake by the patient, by fact that the images were put in social media, it was in the interest of educating the public. And then in limiting that right, the court have said that whereas the right is existent, or the medical practitioners may abrogate this right, the identity of the person should not be put in public. That is the only limitation in jurisdiction which have dealt with this case. By fact that Buni's identity was not put in the public, it means that there was no derogation of this right. If there are no questions from the bench, I wish to cede the floor. Okay.
You are talking about 2015. Which constitution are you referring to? And then question number 2. At what time do you feel like it will be okay for an intersex person to consent, giving consent? At what age do you feel?
Okay, thank you. I am referring to the Constitution of Kijano 2015 from the fact sheet. That is when it was put in, the new constitution. The constitutional dispensation was put in 2015. And as in responding to the second question, my co-counsel has mentioned something about the progressive realization. And he has mentioned that Article 43 of the new constitution 2015 has already made policies for progressive realization. Yes. So I feel the time for consent, the leniency of that has been provided in the constitution by giving a leeway in Article 21, sub-Article 2, for the legislative approaches or policy guidelines which can be formulated by any person. It must not be the parliament in relation to rights of the intersex persons.
I have a question for counsel, your lead counsel. Counsel, while you admitting the state's failure to take steps to protect intersex persons, because you said the intersex person issues are new issues, and then you said now the government is taking steps to address the issues that are being raised by intersex persons. Are you admitting the government's failure? to protect intersex persons?
Thank you, Honorable Judge. The respondent does not admit the failure of the state, but the respondent admits that indeed, if there are steps to be taken, the steps have to be reasonable and the steps have to be progressive. The slowness of the government in making sure that this right has been achieved does not necessarily put forth an admission of guilt, but it shows that indeed the government is taking steps.
Counsel, in defending the state, you said that these rights they became visible through the 2015 Constitution, and that before then they were not there. Are you aware of any international conventions that this state was a signatory to? And if those conventions provide for these rights, are you aware of any such conventions?
Yes, I am aware of, thank you, Your Honor. I am aware of several conventions and international instruments as exemplified in paragraph 4, including the International Covenant for Civil and Political Rights. And also, Article 12, it provides for the right to highest attainable standard of health. But in saying that and in submitting to that, I draw the court's attention to Article 2 of the 2015 Constitution that allowed that these international instruments can work in the state of Kijano. So I submit that the international covenant legally became binding to the Republic of Kijano after the 2015 Constitution was implemented by dint of Article 2 sub-article 6. Thank you. Any treaty or convention ratified by Kenya shall form part of the law of Kenya under this constitution. Thank you.
The state indicated the amount of resources that are required, because you indicated that the state has no adequate resources. What amount of resources are required in order to safeguard the interest of intersex persons in the state?
Thank you, Honorable Judge. I will assist my co-counsel in the answering of that question, and I shall guide this court to Article 25C that says that the court, tribunal, or any other authority may not interfere with a decision by a state organ concerning the allocation of available resources solely on the basis that it would have reached a different conclusion. Therefore, the court is respectfully bound by the Constitution not to litigate on issues of what the state has and what the state does not have.
Yes, the Constitution says we may not interfere with the decision to allocate. Has any decision ever been made to allocate resources?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And before decisions, and thank you for the question, before decisions are made, there need to be a policy framework. And we can prove to this court that the state in the National Reproductive Health Policy has included the definition of the word intersex. So with the policies comes the budget allocation and everything follows from there. Yes. The National Reproductive Health Policy from 2022 to 2032. So it's our submissions that unless there are policies, budget allocations cannot be made. And by fact that we indeed have a policy which points to that direction, we believe that in due time and in dint of progressive realization, which is captured under Article 21 and Article 20 of the Kijano 2015 Constitution, measures or positive measures towards that end are being crossed too. Thank you.
You were talking about intersex bill, which is in Parliament, second reading. Which one do you refer to? Because as I know, where it is in a drafter stage, it has not been taken to the floor of the House. So which intersex bill are you referring to? Thank you.
The respondents stand guided.
The applicants, you have 41 seconds to you've not completed your time, so you have 41 seconds to finish your arguments. If you want to proceed, you can only do that with leave of the court.
Thank you. In 41 seconds, I would like to express to this court that my ears were bleeding when I was listening to the learned counsel for the government, because they said that the issues or the treatment that Buni was subjected to in the hands of the police and the medical practitioners is not a matter of constitutional weight. That is direct infringement of the Bill of Rights. This is not only, I do not want even to invoke Chapter 4. The preamble of the Constitution mandates the people of Kijano to respect, promote, and commit themselves to nurturing the well-being of the individual. So, as we can all hear, and I submit that this government is trying to misguide this court and clearly approaching these issues minutely. Thank you, as my time is over.
Okay, thank you. The applicant, they are advocates for the applicants and the respondents. I think your last submissions bring to a close for this round. We shall proceed to consult amongst ourselves and get back to you on the outcome of your proceedings.
Thank you, Presiding Judge. Court is adjourned. So, as the next team prepares and the judges consult, you're free to leave, counsels. As the next team prepares and the judges consult, I want to make you understand what they are litigating. The booklet you received, that story, that is a story that they are litigating. The injustices that this character in that story has been subjected to. But then for them, it's a bit more detailed. There's incidences, of course, where you're hearing of police violating this individual. So that is what they're litigating, just for you to understand better in context. So, of course, having been born then as an intersex, and this person did not have a national identity card. If you do not have a national identity card, you're not able to register for anything, right? And so this led to a series of other challenges in the life of this person. One of the things that they did, they were not able to get a job. I think hata kazi ya mkono, kitu ya kwanza mwajiri anaitishanga ni ID. Si ndio? Hata kani kazi ya nyumba, hata kani kazi gani, the first thing they ask for is the ID. So you can imagine when you do not have an ID. And then the reason you cannot get an ID is because birth certificate imeandikwa X. Remember, according to our laws, you're either F or M. That F or M in your birth certificate is what leads to you getting an ID. I know for all of you, if you have a national identity card, you're required to have your birth certificate. Sindio? Nada ya mzazi ilitisha either ID, sana ID ya mzazi. So without that F or M, as per the previous laws before the Children's Act of 2022, then without an F or an M, you cannot get any other documentation. So this person ended up working, doing sexual work, working as a sex worker. And because they could not get a job and they needed to survive in Nairobi, so they started doing sex work. At first, as a sex worker, was very intentional to use protection, but after some time, wateja sometimes, and it's a reality. It's not just something we're saying here. So wateja and the different preferences, this person stopped using protection, or in certain instances did not use protection, ultimately ended up HIV positive. And so other things like the available condoms causing injuries to sexual organs or genitalia. We also, eventually he got assistance and was able to get a job and started working as a domestic worker. Mtu anafanya kazi ya nyumba, mfanya kazi, whatever name you commonly refer to. And so he was working very well. But one day when this person was on leave on Sunday, as they go on leave, the employer went into the room where they stay and looked through their documents. And from the documents, the employer realized that this is not a girl. It's not a girl. Yes. So realized it was not a girl, and there was some harassment by security guards. This person was eventually arrested and taken to the police station. When the police, of course, police sometimes, I'm sure, police ask you to, strip naked. We've seen even photos of people. There was that young girl from high school and the judgment that was given. So they stripped and took photos, and they put the photos all over social media, etc., etc. So generally what they're litigating here is the extent to which the country where this person is from, Kijano, which has similar laws as Kenya, has provided protection. Sorry, Angie. Has provided protection for intersex persons. So that is what has been litigated, because I knew at some point we were lost. But I now hand over to the bailiff to hand over to the court.
I met some people out there, and I asked them what they're doing outside, and they said, "Atuski Kizungu." Although, because the lawyers are prepared in English, but people like Claude and everybody else who is speaking after they have spoken, lugha ya taifa pia iko, si ndio? Yes, we can mix. So we are free. Even if you want to ask a question or say something in Kiswahili, you can. Okay? Sawa. Kama Kisungu inakuwa ngumu, ukae mahali mtu mwingine, let your neighbor be a Kizungu speaker. So that unamuuliza, na hiyo Kizungu imesemwa aje? Sijui Rokas, mmesema Rokas what? Are you ready? Sawa. So who is the boss?
Okay, so we'll be proceeding to the next rounds of the session. On my left-hand side are the next applicants, that is Team AA05. On my right-hand side is Team AA08, acting as the respondents. Over to the judges.
Okay, welcome to the second round of Amuk Africa Sexual and Reproductive Health Rights Moot Court competition. You can proceed.
Presiding judge, members of the bench, greetings. My name is Ayaga Max Liambila, appearing on behalf of the petitioner alongside my co-counsel Barbara Ayimba, Team A005. And together we shall be adjudicating the 3 grounds pegged for determination before this court. My lords and ladies, members of the honorable bench, I shall proceed to my submissions. We shall use the first 9 minutes, which I shall use to dispense on jurisdiction, admissibility, and the merits of the third issue, whereas my co-counsel will use the subsequent minutes to adjudicate on the merits of the first and second issue. We shall reserve a minute for rebuttal. Members of the bench, every day all over the world, courts are presented with different cases before them, pegged for determination. Today, 80 years post the promulgation of the Constitution of Kijano, is a human rights association seeking and asking this court not only to stamp the gains of the Bill of Rights in the Constitution of Kijano, but also to affirm that a country's fidelity to its Constitution and the Bill of Rights, it's its greatest promise to its people for a better tomorrow. My lords and lady, members of the honorable bench, the jurisdiction of this court is indeed applicable to the facts in issue. This is pursuant to Article 23, as read together with Article 165, Sub-Article 3B of the Constitution of Kijano, which grants the High Court jurisdiction to determine and listen a call or an application for the redress of a violation or infringement of any fundamental right or freedom in the Bill of Rights. Having established jurisdiction, my lords and lady, members of the honorable bench, the petitioner asserts on admissibility that the petitioner has locus standi by virtue of Article 22 of the Constitution of Kijano, which grants every person the right to institute proceedings as with regards to the Bill of Rights and proceed to sue either on their own behalf, as in Subarticle 1, or another's behalf, as in Subarticle 2. My lords and ladies, members of the bench, the only conundrum as with regards to admissibility is not with regards to issue B. This is because issue B calls upon this court to address verbatim the rights and violations that have been peddled on Buni. Whereas, the only conundrum into which the respondent might plead is with regards to issue A and C. This is because issues A and C call not only the reliefs associated to Buni, but reliefs associated to intersex persons as a whole. In disputing this argument, my ladies, my lords, members of the bench, it is our submission that pursuant to the ruling in Baby A case, petition number 266 of 2013, locus standi is not contingent upon the party instituting the case or upon injury on the party instituting the case, but by dint of Articles 22 and 258 of the Constitution, which grant every person the right to institute proceedings as with regards to the Bill of Rights, either on their own behalf, on behalf of another who cannot act in their own name, or in public interest. Today, my lords, my ladies, members of the bench, the petitioner brings forth this case under the auspices of Articles 22 and 258, seeking the redress for the violation of the sexual reproductive health rights of intersex persons. Having established admissibility and jurisdiction, it is my humble prayer that I proceed to issue 3. And it is our submission that the government of Kijano, in contravention with the Constitution and international human rights law, has failed in its duty to fulfill, promote, and safeguard the sexual reproductive health rights of intersex persons. Members of the bench, Article 1 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, as read together with Article 21 of the Constitution of Kijano, obligates the government to fulfill, promote, and respect the sexual reproductive health rights of intersex persons. Members of the bench, it is our submission that the petitioner has violated these specific aforementioned articles, and I will invite this court to address these specific violations in 2 limbs. First, on the failure by the government of Kijano to ensure compliance as with regards to holding intersex persons deprived of liberty separately. My ladies, my lords, members of the bench, Section 12, subsection 3C of the Persons Deprived of Liberty Act, as read together with the National Police Service Standing Orders, Order number 14, Order number 15.4, provides that intersex persons ought to be held separately. My ladies, my lords, the courts have affirmed this in RM versus Attorney General by providing that the petitioner's rights in RM were violated by the prison officials when he was held separately. This has been further affirmed by the United Nations Mandela Rules on the treatment of prisoners, which provides and obligates states to take measures for the full realization of these rights. Seeing my time is much spent, I will redirect this court to our written submissions and conclude as follows. That the government of Kijano has also failed in its duty in relation to Article 43 to provide preventive healthcare services to intersex persons. It is further my submission that the government of Kijano has failed to hold human rights violators accountable. My lords, my ladies, today we have witnessed the injustices peddled on intersex persons. It is my prayer that this court lives up to the words of Lord Atkins and be the protector of intersex persons and rule in favor of the petition. I cede ground to my co-counsel.
Honorable members of the court, am I audible? I would like to clarify as to how much time I have left before I begin my submissions.
You have 8 minutes and 23 seconds.
Greetings, honorable members of the court. My name is Barbara Aimba. I'm the co-counsel appearing on behalf of the petitioners in this matter, and I'll be addressing issues A and B, where my arguments will encompass the government's failure to formulate policies and guidelines on the sexual reproductive health and rights of intersex persons, as well as the liability of the government of Kijano in the denial of Buni's sexual reproductive health and rights through the conduct of police officers and the public hospital staff. Proceeding to my submission, honorable members of the court, the government of Kijano has an inherent duty to diligently craft policies for the full realization of the rights enshrined in its constitution. Additionally, it is incumbent upon the government to guarantee that these rights are protected for every individual, free from encroachment, particularly by its representatives. Regrettably, honorable members of the court, the present circumstances are underscored by severe human rights breaches with intricate repercussions on intersex persons, and the petitioner submits that this predicament is deep-rooted on the government of Kijano's failure to formulate adequate policies and guidelines on the protection of intersex persons, as well as their failure to ensure the protection of their rights through the conduct of their representatives. I will proceed to the first issues, where the petitioner submits that the government of Kijano has failed to formulate policies on the sexual and reproductive health and rights, which I will herein refer to as Srhr, of intersex persons, as well as their treatment. I will focus my submission on two limbs. Firstly, the Srhr of intersex persons, and secondly, the recognition of intersex persons in the acquisition of identification documents. Proceeding to the first limb, honorable members of the court, the petitioner submits that the government of Kijano has failed to formulate policies on the Srhr of intersex persons. Article 21, Article 2 of the Constitution of Kijano highlights the government's responsibility to take legislative, policy, and other measures towards the attainment of the right to the highest attainable standards of health. Additionally, the International Covenant on the Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights under Article 12 ensures or protects the attainment of these rights and underscores the government's duty to implement policies towards attainment of the same. Additionally, honorable members of the court, the Yogyakarta Principle call upon states to protect children from the irreversible change of their body or organs with the intent to impose a gender identity upon them. This being contrary to their best interest without their full and informed consent. Contrary to these provisions, honorable members of the court, and in citation of the SSS versus EMK case, where this honorable court held that the best interest of the child is of paramount importance. The hospital staff suggest a corrective surgery, which I put in quote, honorable members of the court, which ends up having very negative effects upon Buni. And this can be seen on the adverse effects of the medication prescribed upon him, such as nausea and vomiting, as well as the abdominal pains that eventually lead him to drop out of school. Additionally, the health staff at the school, such as the nurse, is unable to diagnose Buni's condition, showing that the healthcare practitioners are not aware of the challenges facing intersex persons, as well as the treatment. This, honorable members of the court, in no way recognizes the attainment of the highest attainable standards of health and underscores the government's failure to protect this right. Proceeding to the second limb of the petitioner's submissions, we submit that the government has failed to formulate policies on the recognition of intersex persons during acquisition of identification documentations. Article 12, subarticle B1 of the Constitution of Kijano guarantees every citizen the right to acquire identification documents issued by the state. Additionally, Article 6 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights highlights the need for every individual to be recognized as a person before the law. Honorable members of the court, Article 2 of the ICCPR further acknowledges the attainment of these rights and the state's role in ensuring that every right guaranteed under this convention is attained through legislation. However, citing the RM versus AG case, which has been cited by my co-counsel, this honorable court held that the Constitution of Kijano does not provide for intersex persons and only provide for male and female genders. These honorable members of the tribunal leads to Buni's discrimination during acquisition of an identification card, and this clearly shows the failure of the government to formulate policies on the recognition of intersex persons during acquisition of said documentation. The respondents might try to argue on the basis of the newly enacted Children's Act of 2022. However, the petitioners contend that this law is not applicable to adults and does not address the issue at hand. And this is the correction of wrongful registration of intersex persons, highlighting the failure of the government to formulate policies on this protection. Seeing as I'm running out of time, I would like to summarize my second issue, where the petitioners submit that the government of Kijano, through the conduct of the police officers and the hospital staff, violated Buni's sexual reproductive health and rights. The petitioners, honorable members of the court, rely on the principle of vicarious liability and rely on the Salmon test, which is a widely accepted principle that highlights that an employer can be held responsible for the acts of their employee in cases where the acts done are either an instruction authorized by them or are an unauthorized mode of conducting an acceptable act. The petitioners submit that the conduct of the police officers and the hospital staff of posting Buni's photos on social media, as well as the conduct of searching Buni's and touching, violating his bodily integrity and his dignity and privacy, was an act that was done to perform an unauthorized conduct by the government, this being to determine his gender and hold him in a separate cell. In that regard, and noting that I'm out of time, I'd like to request an additional minute to conclude my submissions, honorable members of the court. It is amenable to you. Thank you. The petitioners therefore submit that the government of Kijano, through the conduct of the police officers and the public hospital staff, should be held liable for the violation of Buni's sexual reproductive health and rights. And in conclusion, the petitioners have demonstrated to this honorable court that the government of Kijano has deviated from its responsibility to formulate policies and guidelines for the just and adequate protection of intersex persons, and additionally should be held liable for the breaches of the human rights of Buni through the conduct of its representatives. I would like to direct this tribunal to page 15 to find the petitioner's prayers, and if I may be of no further assistance to this honorable court, the petitioners rest their case. Thank you, honorable members of the court.
Counsel, I think that is Ayimba. Are you able to clarify to the court the specific sexual and reproductive health rights that were violated, and under what provisions of the law are these rights found?
My lord, the honorable member of the court, the rights the sexual and reproductive health and rights that were violated include, firstly, the Buni's right to privacy, human dignity, and bodily integrity, and the right to privacy can be found on sorry, honorable member of the court, in Article 31, subarticle C of the Constitution of Kijano. There is additionally the failure to access reproductive or preventive healthcare such as contraceptives, which is in violation of Article 43 of the Constitution of Kijano that provides for the right to the highest attainable standards of health. Additionally, there is the right to be held separately, which is in violation of the National Police Standing Orders number 15.4 under the National Police Service Act. Thank you.
Okay, Council. Wouldn't you say that this matter has been overtaken by events, like it's barred by Limitation of Actions Act?
Much obliged, my lady. On your question on whether this matter has been overtaken by events, it is our submission in reliance to the case of Okia Omtata versus Anne Waiguru, the Minister of Devolution, that this court ought to appreciate the fact, the provision in the Constitution on access to justice, and therefore, despite the fact that these might have happened in the past, the petitioners proved to this court that without the formulation of policies, the same people, the intersex persons in the community, aside from Buni, will still be suffering from whatever Buni is suffering from. Further, it is our submission that the government of Kijano, in relation to the same, and I will address this court on the failure by the government to provide access to preventive healthcare services. At the moment, the government is not providing condoms that fit the genitalia of intersex persons. Therefore, there are intersex persons at the moment. The United Nations gave us statistics of 1.7% persons in the world are intersex persons. Reliance on the rest of the statistics, it means these people are still suffering and are being affected. Therefore, this matter is not after the events. It is actually happening at the moment, and it's upon this court to not only rely on the technicality as was expressed in the Okia Omtata case, and rather provide justice and prevent this government from going rogue and continuing its neglect of the sexual reproductive health rights of intersex persons. I submit.
Yes, Council, thank you. And you said you are a friend to Lord Atkin.
Yes, my lady. Yes, my lord.
What did Lord Atkin say in reference to intersex persons?
My lord, I gave the response that Lord Atkins gave his assertion that the court is the protector of its citizens, and therefore today the court ought to be the protector of intersex persons, because at the moment there is no protector of intersex persons other than the court, and therefore it is our prayer today that we fit into that doctrine that he laid about and be the protector of the rights of intersex persons.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, my lord.
I'll hand the mic to the respondents. You have 15 minutes.
Greetings, honorable members of the bench. For the purpose of record, my name is Yusuf Osiemo, first counsel for the respondent. With me is my co-counsel, Baluka Vincent, and our team code is team code AAA08. I intend to take 7 minutes of the time graciously allocated to us by this honorable court to converse on matters jurisdiction, admissibility, and locus standi, as well as issue A. My co-counsel, Baluka Vincent, shall then take the remainder of our time allocation to converse on issue B and issue C. If there are no preliminary questions, I wish to proceed to our submissions. On matters jurisdiction on issue A and issue C, The respondent concurs with the applicant by dint of Article 165, sub-Article 3, as read with Article 23 of the Constitution, which grants this court the jurisdiction to determine whether a right or fundamental freedom in the Bill of Rights has been denied, violated, infringed, or threatened. On matters locus standi, by dint of Article 22, sub-Article 1, the respondent further concurs with the applicant on the standing of the parties in the proceeding brought before this court, whereby the Constitution grants the right to any individual to constitute court proceedings when they feel that a right or fundamental freedom has been denied, violated, infringed, or threatened. However, on admissibility of issue B, the respondent contests admissibility on the grounds that the applicant did not establish a prima facie case that required presumptive rebuttal by the respondent. Reliance is placed on the case of Giela versus Casman Brown, which gives a tripartite approach when a petitioner seeks injunction before this court. That is, a prima facie case must be established. The petitioner is in a position to suffer irreparable damage, and when weighed on a balance of competence, a case is established. This contestation is based on the fact that the petitioner did not exhaust the other remedies provided by the Constitution when it came to the conduct of the police and the nurses. In the case of the Speaker of the National Assembly versus Karuma, it was established that when there is a clear procedure for redress on any particular situation prescribed by the Constitution, then that redress should be sought to the latter. Another ground for contestation of admissibility is on the fact that the petitioner did not follow the due process of the law. At the behest of judicial action is the due process of the law, and it hasn't been established that the matter was forwarded to the relevant regulatory schemes available, investigation conducted, arrests made, and the matter forwarded to this court. On to our first issue, whereby the respondent submits that the government of Kijano did not violate the Constitution and or other international human rights on its failure to create policies and guidelines on the treatment of and on the sexual and reproductive health rights. Honorable members of the bench, Article 27 of the Constitution, that is sub-Article 6, provides that in the realization of these rights, the government shall institute legislative activities and design policies towards the realization of these rights. And to this end, it is the respondent's submission that pursuant to the recommendations that had been made in the case of Baby A, the government constituted a commission on intersex persons implementation and coordination towards the realization of these rights, which is on the identification of intersex persons. This led to the Children's Act of 2022, whereby the principal registrar is mandated and obligated by the law to recognize intersex children from birth. The government does concede to the fact that there is an intersex persons bill in the draft stages, and as such, perhaps there might not be immediate remedies for intersex adults. But for this, the law is very clear that when it comes to identification, the intersex person might seek specific redress using judicial review. On to my second limb of argument, which is on the legislature's role on the legislation and policy design and the doctrine of separation of power. It is the respondent's submission that the petitioner should have sought all other remedies, especially when it came to policy design, because when it comes to matters gender, it's more than just legislative policies. There are the individual attitudes. There are cultural attitudes towards intersex persons. There are religious dogmas and all that. So it is the respondent's submission that the applicant would have sought a public-led legislative policies through the legislature towards the legislation of bills that recognize intersex persons. And to this end, the government has really made strides when it comes to these legislations. And placing our reliance on Shroud's constitutional dictionary, it states that unless clearly stated, laws do not apply retrospectively, but rather to future events. The happenings that happened to the victim, one Buni, the happenings that happened to Buni, they happened before the constitution of these legislations, and thus the respondent inquires on what basis does the petitioner bring such claims before this court. Rather, they would have sought perhaps judicial reviews on those matters, and the respondent pleads to this court to be wary when it comes to legislative and policy designs, because if the court would give a blanket decree on matters intersex person, then that will be an overstep on its mandate and breach and negate the principles of the doctrine of separation of power. That brings me to the end of my submissions, and with that I cede the floor to my co-counsel. Thank you very much.
Greetings, honorable members of the bench. As previously introduced, I'm Counsel Mbaluka, appearing on behalf of the respondents, and I'm here to submit issues B and C. I intend to take only the remainder of the court's time to advance our issues, and unless there's any preliminary questions, I wish to proceed. On to the first issue. The government of Kijano, through the conduct of police officers and the staff at public hospitals, did not violate the Constitution or any other international human rights law by denying Mr. Buni his sexual and reproductive health rights. We beseech this court to follow the following principles as our limbs of arguments. The respondents rely on the doctrine of due process of law and exhaustion of available remedies. In this regard, we rely on the case of Graynard versus City Rockford before the United States Supreme Court, where while deciding the same, the judges decided, and in fair honesty, that due process can only be defined as fairness. And in this regard, passed two processes in understanding what is due process. I also want to read these in tandem with the principles of Administrative Law 1, that the process of due process involves two broad implications. Procedural due process that seeks to know if the process is fair, and substantive due process. This seeks to know if the aggrieved party have a right before they bring the action, and if yes, is it the correct procedure? Therefore, we submit as the respondent before this honorable court that the applicant failed to satisfy themselves, and secondly, they failed to satisfy this court that they have the jurisdiction to bring issues pertaining B before this court. We therefore I tell this court that this is what we call a frivolous suit. Reliance is made on the case of William Odhiambo Ramogi versus Attorney General before this honorable court in Mombasa. And honorable members, allow me to read in verbatim. The doctrine of available remedies serves a purpose of ensuring that there is no postponement of judicial consideration of the matters to ensure that a party is at first of all diligent in the protection of its own interest within the mechanisms for the resolution outside the courts. The respondents submit before this court that Article 243 of the Constitution of Kijano, as read with 244, formulates the National Police Service Force and the National Police Service Commission. Seemingly, the same legislature under Chapter 8 of the Constitution of Kijano formulates the Independent and Policing Oversight Authority, an authority that has mandate to determine and investigate any misconduct in the police service. This is to enable the police to keep sanctity in the profession. Reliance is also made in the Nurses and Midwives Act, this Honorable Court, Cap 257 of the laws of Kijano. In Articles 18A, as read with 18B, the National Council of Nurses shall constitute a committee in case there is a misconduct of a nurse, and the same committee shall investigate and declare the proceedings from the investigation. We also have before this court that the only body that has the mandate to institute criminal proceedings against anybody before any court in Kijano is the Office of Director of Public Prosecution, an independent body formulated under Articles 157 of the Constitution of Kijano. In view of this point, this same court in the case of Charles Ochieng Waminya declared that where a court finds that there's anything that is prejudicial to prevent parties before this court from having a fair trial, this court ought to stop the prosecution. We submit, therefore, as respondents, that the new constitution that was formulated in 2015 is an important tool, and among other things, it was meant to oversee and keep in check anything that might be committed by the public service. And unless there's a question, I wish to proceed on to issues C. It is the respondent's submission that the government of Kijano did not violate the Constitution and or any other international human rights law by failing to protect, fulfill, and respect the sexual reproductive health rights of intersex persons.
Council,
yes.
You are on issue B.
Yes.
What you have addressed the court on was
yes.
the question of jurisdiction.
It's the question. Sorry, it's the question of admissibility of issue B.
Admissibility of issue B.
Yes, yes.
On the basis, on the ground of exhaustion of
the available remedies and
local
due process.
remedies.
Yes.
Okay. Just before you go to issue C, is there any other ground that you may object this petition other than exhaustion of local remedies?
We want to rely.
Under B.
Okay. We want to rely on the Latin maxim that says, "Ignorantia juris non excusat." Ignorance of the law is no defense, Honorable Judge. They ought to have gone to the available institutional bodies to institute complaints and investigations to be done, Honorable Your Lordship. On to issue. Okay, sorry. Yes.
They ought to have exhausted the mechanisms that are provided.
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to paragraph 22.
Paragraph, sorry?
22.
22.
So the assault was reported.
Yes.
So after a person reports the assault, isn't it the responsibility of the police officers to take up the investigation? You've not told us what the National Police Service and the Oversight Independent Authority that you referred us to has done concerning the report that was made under paragraph 22 for the sexual assault.
In these regards, as the respondents, we do not wish to comment on any ongoing investigations. On to issue C. The government of Kijano did not violate the Constitution and or any other international human rights law by failing to protect, fulfill, and respect sexual reproductive health rights of intersex persons. We want to advance our submissions into two limbs: that the lack of legal recognition was upheld, and that there was no violations to either the right to education or the right to health. On to the right to legal recognition, we submit before this honorable court that a progressive reading of the Constitution of Kijano 2015 safeguards the right to legal recognition and other fundamental rights of individuals. Progressive interpretation is also a crucial tool when it comes to promoting and respecting intersex persons' rights, and it aligns Kijano's obligation with the international standards. Your honorable members of the bench, you in deciding the RM case asked a very important question. Who confers legal recognition? Is it the bench? Is it the legislature? Is it the executive? Or is it the judiciary? Something you quite distance yourself while deciding the same. The 2015 Constitution of Kijano addressed this in Chapter 8 of the Constitution and places the sole mandate of formulating policies and passing bills into law onto the Parliament. We therefore submit before this court that the government, bearing in mind progressive realization pursuant to Article 23, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution of Kijano that allows progressive realization to be achieved, bearing in mind all the resources available. And seeing that our time is quite used up, I will ask for a discretionary minute to wind up on our submissions. Okay. So we therefore say that the right to legal recognition of Mr. Buni was not violated in any way whatsoever. If the bench would move with me to paragraph 16, we are told that despite Mr. Buni having an X marker on his birth certificate, he was able to sit for Kenya primary, the final exams for the primary education. And let me, in the words of the compromise, your honorable judges, Mr. Buni did exceptionally well and got admission to Kijano Boys High School. It is therefore a submission that Mr. Buni dropping out of Kijano Boys High School was in regards to other things, but not related to the violation of the right to education. Onto the right to education and health. The right to education is provided for under Article 53 of the Constitution of Kenya as read with the Basic Education Act. The right to health is a socio-economic right that is protected for under Article 43 of the Constitution of Kenya as read with Article 12 of the International Convention on Social Economic Rights. We recognize that health is a very predominant issue when it comes to enjoyment of other rights. But nonetheless, despite this, we submit before this court that the universal access to right is not immediately provided. Bearing in mind the Mitubel case before the Supreme Court of Kijano, the same was realized that progressive realization is up to the it is up to the minimum and the resources that are at hand for the government. We therefore submit before this honorable court that we as a government met the minimum core obligation principles as pursuant to the articles. We also provide before this court that we also followed the recommendations from the 3 judges in the case of Baby A case. And in verbatim, they told us to develop a legal framework on intersex persons, to need to collect data on intersex persons in Kijano, and formulate policies. We submit before this honorable court that we have a Children's Act 2022 already in force, and submit before this court that we are the first African country to legally recognize intersex children. Seemingly, we have a bill in draft stages. We also submit before this court that we are also the first country in the globe to include intersex persons in national census. Therefore, in light of our submissions and in lieu of time, we beseech this court to kindly read our prayers from our written submissions in page 16. And I wish to sit unless there's any questions from this honorable bench. Yes, honorable.
You have extensively discussed the need for progressive realization of these rights.
Yes.
But this petition or this case primarily touches on the right of a particular individual, born in this case.
Yes.
And you are aware that as we even litigate this matter in court,
yes,
the facts are that Bonnie has not been issued with an ID card.
We acknowledge. Yes, sorry.
Okay. You are aware of that fact?
Yes, we are aware of that fact.
You can explain to the court how a person without an ID card in this country is able to enjoy any other right without an ID card in this country.
Without an ID card?
Yes.
We submit before this court that Mr. Buni was able to sit for his national primary education, and pursuant if the effects of the medicine or the changes of his body will not have happened, Mr. Buni will also have sat for his KCSE.
Okay.
We therefore submit before this court that intersex person is quite an emotive issue when it comes to Kijano, and there is the process of judicial review under the Constitution of Kenya that allows for intersex persons. We accept that there is when an intersex person attains the legal age of 18. That's why there's we are formulating.
Okay.
Yes.
My question is,
yes,
an ID card is not issued to students, okay?
Yes.
So I was not raising the rights of children.
Yes.
About examination and on that. I'm saying once you have attained the age of majority, you are entitled to get an ID card,
yes,
so that your life can progress from that point, okay? And I want you to imagine how your life will be or can be without an identification card, in terms of whether that person is indeed recognized as a person without registration under Registration of Persons Act, which has not happened, and whether that person then without the identity card is able to enjoy other human rights that require appropriate and proper identification. And then whether that a need for an ID card is something that requires progressive realization, and for how long should that progressive realization take for a person to get an identity card, considering its importance and value in a person's daily life?
Your Honor, if I may answer that question,
yes.
We do know that the state is guided by existing statutes, and in the absence of clear statutes, we do know that currently in the country, sex is a binary issue. Minus the Children's Act of 2022, sex is either male or female. So in the absence of a distinct legal recognition of intersex persons, there's usually a remedy, a specific remedy that can be sought through judicial review, which the respondent averts that the victim has not sought, and if the petitioner had exhausted all other methods, then perhaps the victim, the victim Buni, would have been issued with this identity card and went on with his day-to-day activities.
You're saying that the Boni's recourse is only left to the courts?
Yeah, in the absence of distinct statutes, since as at now intersex persons, although there is intersex persons bill that is in the draft stages, as at now intersex persons are not recognized unless it's a child from birth. Therefore, the only avenue that Mr. Buni might have sought redress is through judicial review.
And so you're saying the government's hands are tied?
As at now, the government's hands are tied.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, so mine is just a follow-up on what he said. So if you're saying the only action, the only way you can be able to get an identity card is through a judicial review process, isn't that already discrimination? I have an identity card, you have an identity card. An intersex person does not have an identity card. They have to go through the judicial process, so that they can get an identity card. Isn't that a clear, discrimination against a certain person, yet they are people, like every other person?
Thank you very much for the question.
In
Your
addition
Honor.
to that, do you know how much it costs for a person through the judiciary process to get the ID in the rural areas? Are you aware how much?
I am not aware, Your Honor. If I may answer your question, kindly could you pardon me on the question, the first question?
Say, isn't that you admitting that is discrimination? If one person is able to get their identity card without going through the judicial review process, and another person has to go through a judicial review process to get their identity card, yet we are all people, we are all, the people of the Republic of Kenya. Yeah, like, what is the difference? Why do the intersex people have to go through the judicial review process in order to be able to get an identity card?
Your Honor, it is our submission that the law is sentient and subject to evolution. We do know that there existed a prior constitution that wasn't as progressive as the 2015 constitution. But right now, since the promulgation of the 2015 constitution, it provides for the progressive realization of these rights. It provides for an avenue for the correction of these historical injustices. And that is why the government went the extra mile to draft the intersex persons bill in a bid to ensure that the intersex persons get the legal identification which acts as a pivot for them enjoying their fundamental rights and freedoms. If there are no other questions, I cede the floor back to the bench.
Thank you. We have no further questions. And this brings to a close this second round. We shall retreat and consult and then get back to you on the outcome of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Presiding Judge. Thank you all for being patient and for following the rules of the court. We now want to break for lunch, but before we do, just a few housekeeping issues. Number one, please, as you leave, make sure you have a lunch voucher and do not leave any of your belongings here. Please carry your belongings with you. So make sure you have a lunch voucher. Kizungu. And don't leave your belongings here.
How is it? Kunaendaje? Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Tuendelee. Kizungu imepunguka Sasa hii inaingia kuingia, si ndio? Yes, before we go, wamesema wanaweka vizuri ndio tuingie haraka haraka. So I want to give Josephine 1 minute to say something. Madam Josephine, come and say something. Just to say something. How is it going? How is it going? Whether you're learning something. Anything. It's not a must we say everything in the agenda. Sindio? Hey, you guys munaangalia na sura mbaya. Basi chakula haijaekelewa. Acha tu tuambiwe. Mnataka kufika hapa alafu mkaangalia vibaya. Afadhali mtoe tu makali hapa, tukifika hapa ni kukulanga tukiendaga, si ndio? Yes, Madam Josephine, just come and say something about everything that we are doing. Yes. Then utufunze kusema asanti, habari zenu. Yes, something like that. You don't want to come here? Ama, you okay? Yes, I think you should come here.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. You are seeing my hands. I can't hear, so respond by saying hi back to me. Hi. How are your hands? Nice. So I think we are hungry. Your hands are weak, eh? Amma, what's happening? Okay. We are hungry, madam, but it's okay. Okay, for my name is Josephine Kakoma. I'm a founder and director for Kenya National Deaf Women Peace Network. We are advocate for the rights of deaf women and girls. In our organization, we also have girls and women who are deaf, and they are also intersex. but I would like to just speak generally. That group is at times even double marginalized than those who don't have disabilities. First of all, there are women, maybe girl, they have a disability, and they are also intersex. So you can imagine, in the morning when I heard the name that you were given, even us in the deaf community also, you're even given some bad names that you are named. For example, I don't know if it is Aluo, a deaf person is called Mbombo, something like that. And so, like in my language, I'm Kamba. I am called Ndada, something like that, yes. Ndada, which means a stupid person. And again, imagine I am deaf and I'm intersex, so I'm even given another name as well. And now you see, so it is double marginalization. And so I was thinking, we need to have persons with disability also, who are transgenders also, to be in a panel as well and even share their own issues. I am not a transgender. I'm not an intersex, but I work with them in my team. And I just wish I got clear maybe information. I would have brought that person. I would have brought them to come and even give their experience as well. However, we say that there's always a second chance. And so I really congratulate you, AMCA Africa, for the work that you're doing. And also they are partnering with us and consulting with Madam Milka, who really taught us about reproductive health rights and all that. So we as the deaf, we are focusing more on the deaf community because we lack a lot of information since childhood. Imagine you've born, you're deaf, and you're growing in a family whereby you can't get information. You don't have a language until maybe you get to school where you learn sign language. And meaning our lingual development actually is really delayed. So when you get to school, maybe some even go to school at 14 years of age. That's when they are going to school, so you can imagine. So we've missed a lot of information due to lack of language development. And now in the area of reproductive health rights, it really becomes challenging because most of the deaf girls and women, they don't even know their body anatomy, their body changes, you know. So with lack of information, you cannot ask them. You can't even talk to the mom, the aunt, on what is happening to them. So they have to get information from outside. If they get the wrong information, that is it. At times they even go to school. Maybe they're having like menstrual periods. They don't know what to do, what happens, you know. They get maybe pregnant. They don't know what to do. And you see, maybe they could see their periods. They think they're just okay. Then they get to see my stomach is swelling. They're not even understanding I'm pregnant. So by the time they're getting back home, they feel like, this deaf girl, you went to school, you've come back pregnant. They can't support. So we really face a lot of challenges in the society. However, I would like to ask the commissioner. We can have even a one-on-one meeting with the commissioner. He's not here, but you're coming to kick me out, madam? Yes, so don't worry. Thank you. That is to sign. Thank you. We say thank you. We say thank you. Look at my hand. Thank you. And I'm saying welcome. However, in case you have any question, I'll throw back a question to you. The organizations which are here and any person that you are dealing with intersex, kindly, if you have a person with disability, kindly contact them to us because they really face a lot of challenges. Because you can imagine they have identity challenges and even the disability challenges. So kindly, if they don't know where to approach or what to do, feel free because they are part of our community in there and we live together with them. That's fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Josephine. Lily, imagine You are a spouse of someone and you can't hear, you have hearing disability. And this person is beating you up. You can't tell your neighbor because they don't know how to speak to you. You go to the police station, there's nobody who speaks sign language. If you've ever find a way, and maybe you find yourself in court. Your case is likely to be adjourned as the court looks for sign language interpreter. If you are the accused, most likely you're going to wait in remand not because you should be in remand, but because there's nobody to tell the magistrate what you are saying. Are you seeing even policy issues? Why can't we say, apply for court, if you want to be a court clerk, apply. Sign language is a added advantage. We are not even saying employ sign language interpreters. Let someone who want a job so that every police station can have someone, every court can have someone. So you always think like deeply, and there's something every one of us, regardless of where you are, you can do. Okay? Sasa food iko ready. I think, madam, this is a media lady actually. She's in media. Play a short prayer for lunch. We are praying for lunch. Short one, yes. And then you tell us the name of your organization again. They said. Then in the afternoon, Josephine, please make sure you stay. Not Josephine. This is Josephine. You know who I'm talking to. Unajijua. Madam, unajijua. Ukuja hapa mbele mapema. Ukae mbele ndio nisisahau. I pray for lunch.
Let us pray. We are praying for lunch. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you. We've been go through this training and now we are preparing to go for lunch. We pray for this food that you have set before us. We take and we give us energies and we come back energized. We pray that. Amen.
Amen. Okay. Thank you so much. Lunch is the same place. Stand.
Kamara, can you help me gather the crowd inside? Thank you. Rinsi, please. Tumalize mikutano huko nje, tuingie ndani ya tent. Kama uko na sisi, ingia ndani ya tent. Kama unasikia unataka kutujoin, karibu. Hiyo group ya photoshoot hapo. Hiyo group ya photoshoot, please join us so that we may proceed. DJ kangoma kadogo jameni. Kangoma kadogo tu. Kindly join. We want to hear which teams are proceeding to the finals. Tuweze kushangilia. Na wale watashindwa tuambie kuna next time, si ndio? Sharon, please ambia watu waingia hapo, sitaki story. Ambia watu waingie, please join us. All the teams zime participate kwa Moot. I hope mko hapa. Mnaweza shinda ni wachukulia zawadi by the way. Si ndio? ANU team. Hi bro. ANU team, naona watu wa ANU pale nje. Tafadhali waingie. Kamara, tell those people to enter please. We want to start. DJ, patia watu kwa wimbo wasikie kitu bana. Siniwaambia I'm the king of dry jokes. Dry jokes. Stan, kuja usalimia watu jameni.
A very good evening to all of us. Are we okay? Are we okay? Are you all right? You can say hi to your neighbor on behalf of Master Stan. Tell your neighbor I'm passing highs from Master Stan. Is your neighbor jovial? Is your neighbor sad? Is the mood somber? Is it, how do you describe it? All right, so my name is Stanley Museti. I am a disruptive leader, a disruptive thinker, and an upcoming author from JKUAT, the main campus. I'm very passionate about leadership because I know and realize that everything rises and falls on leadership. So with the right leadership, even in the legal arena, I'm very sure we are even able to achieve what the JKUAT clinic, legal clinics dubs it as a just society. So everything is rooted and rises on leadership. You too could be a leader. I run an organization by the name Leadership International and a school called the School of Self-Development. So I am a package by myself, all right? So you can see me in case you have a problem with your personal development journey, you have a problem with your leadership, we can work together. Thank you so much, Abdi, for the opportunity.
Welcome, welcome. Si tunakuza wenzetu. Okay? Now, Byron, I don't know if you're ready. We've been waiting for you. Mko sawa? Nani hajakula? Nani hajakula? Wewe hujakula? So we are getting to the point. Tutajua ni nani wameshinda those 2 rounds. And then we will have the finals without any further ado. And we will get to the crossing ceremonies. So Byron? I'll hand it over to Byron now.
Hi. Hi. You guys are good. So sorry for the delay. So without further ado, all teams competed competitively, if that's the right English word. And we have our finalists for today. So ni hesabu venye wamekuja in order ama just the finalist? Finalist pekee? Okay. Okay, so I'll mention the finalists only, and then for the other two, you'll see me behind for your results. You may attend, literally. So at first position, first finalist is team AA05. Shangwe na nderemo bana. I mean, stand up, kindly wave to the crowd. At second place, who will be going against AA05 is kidogo. It is team AA08. AA08. So it seems as if we have a rerun of the second round. Ama niite watu wangu, nikuja ni Moot mimi. Yeah, so for the rest, kindly, the participating teams, I need you to be here. We will do a coin toss to figure out who's going. Okay, please come to the front. For the rest, please do not leave. Please do not leave. As you can see, we have 3 trophies. Mbili ni za hawa, ya mwisho ni yangu.
Wow. Those who didn't come with people to shout for them. You are winning and you are all alone now, surely. Always come with someone or a whole school. So this team, before they do the final rounds, this is now the battle of the winners, the final of the final. I would like to invite Wakili, Advocate Niboma, who has been a Mooter before. And he's one of our lawyers, the one we work with in terms of many cases of public interest litigation. He understands community. He's a former legal clinic member from Moi University. He's also our mentee and part of us at Amuka Africa. I want him to say a few things. A few things, I'm looking at these wakilis, a few things that we have noted that you need to take care of, and even as we do the final debate.
So before the Mooters ignore my advice, I will tell them a few of my credentials. When I stopped mooting, I went to law school and then I became an advocate. Since then, I've gone to Court of Appeal severally. Oh, I don't know how to hold it. So, so since then, I've gone to Court of Appeal severally, and I've gone to Supreme Court and addressed it once. So you can want to listen to me now. A few things. When you address the court, don't waste time with your introduction. Kama your co-counsel has introduced you already, usianze tena kujiwestia the 15 minutes you've been given saying that you are co-counsel and for the petitioner or for whoever. Number 2, focus on the facts in as much as you want to discuss the law. This bench most likely knows all those statutes and instruments. So if you dwell on the law and the letter of those instruments and you forget to quote unquote marry them with the facts on the ground in your compromise, you might miss out on a few things which will mean marks. About the remedies, you've been asked to find remedies and suggest remedies to the court. I won't say which remedies you should say, but look at how practical the remedies will be and look at the intention of your client. You brought a client here who is saying she was done like that in 2013, but this client will not eat orders. Let us be practical. As a litigator, clients say, mimi sitaki orders, nataka pesa. Sawa. So you get the hint, the mutas. You get the hint of what I'm telling you to do. Ini mbuti, ini mwax. But that's a few things I've noted. Apart from that, you guys are good. I might have missed a few things. Nikiwa nimepotea na you are carried away by your eloquence. Both teams. Best of luck.
Okay, so thank you so much. You have the Mwakenya. You can decide to ignore counsel or listen to him. I think we can proceed. We have Madam Georgina. She'll be coming as the judges will be doing the analysis for the last. The winner is. Then Georgina will tell us something. She is a Jiro Sub-County Athletic Kenya representative. So we'll ask her, what are you doing here? What has intersex people to do with athletics? Surely. We only know we have Semenya in South Africa. Do we have a Semenya here? Thank you very much. So, Byron?
Hi again. So for this round, it's the final round. We'll have 15 minutes for each team because we are really pressed for time. So kindly make your submissions, answer all questions by the judges within those 15 minutes, and rest your case. I hope to see a competitive fight. As you've been told, think outside the law and try and have a wedding of the facts and the law. Marry the two. Okay. For those who will mjaribu msitumie technical terms for everybody to understand. I personally do not understand them. Yes, so without further much ado, court session is open. All rise. All rise.
Okay, welcome for the final round of Amuk Africa Sexual and Reproductive Health Rights Moot Court.
You can sit down.
For this round, the teams have switched sides. The previous team that was acting for respondents is now acting for the applicants, and the team that was acting for applicants is now acting for the respondents. So do not get confused along the way.
Okay, we are ready and you may begin.
Greetings, honorable members of the bench. For the purpose of record, my name is Yusuf Osiemo, first counsel for the petitioner. With me is my co-counsel, Vincent Baluka, and our team code is AA08. I intend to use 7 minutes of the time graciously allocated to us by this court to converse on matters jurisdiction, admissibility, and locus standi, as well as issue B. My co-counsel, Baluka Vincent, shall then take the remainder of our time allocation to converse on issue B and issue C. If there are no preliminary questions, I wish to proceed. On matters jurisdiction, the petitioner relies on Article 165, sub-Article 3 of the Constitution that grants this court the jurisdiction to determine whether a right or fundamental freedom has been denied, violated, or infringed. Perhaps there might be an issue when it comes to admissibility of these cases, and for that the petitioner relies on the case of R versus the IEBC ex parte NASA, where the court provided for exceptions to the exhaustion doctrine, and here it had a tripartite approach towards that doctrine, and it stated there might be an exception to the doctrine if, upon close and extensive analysis of the facts by the court, it determines that the matter is that of immense public interest. It has a polycentricity of issues that need to be harmonized by the court, and also the regulatory schemes involved. On locus standi, we rely on Article 22, sub-Article 1 of the Constitution that grants any individual the right to bring about court proceedings when they feel that a right or fundamental freedom has been denied, violated, or infringed. This is also coupled up with the RFA's international standing on matters human rights, as well as its observer status before the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. On to the first issue. It is the applicant's submission that indeed the government of Kijano violated the Constitution and or other international human rights laws by its failure to formulate policies and guidelines for the treatment of and on the sexual and reproductive health of intersex persons. I shall use two limbs of argument to front our submissions. And the first limb of argument is submission to degrading treatment. Honorable members of the bench, if you're privy to the social contract theory by Thomas Hobbes, it states that citizens surrender some of their rights to the state in exchange for the protection of the remaining rights, as well as the maintenance of the social order. And this applies to all citizens, regardless of age, culture, religion, or gender. It is towards this submission that we rely on the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights. That is Article 5, that grants everyone the right to recognition before the law. Because we are aware that legal identification is the pivot by which an individual enjoys the fundamental rights and freedoms provided for within the Constitution. If I may take you to paragraph 13 of the compromise, we can see that the victim, Mr. Buni, was denied entry to school due to him being an intersex person. That goes on to show that the government has not met the minimum core obligations stipulated within the case of Mutual Welfare Society versus the AG, because it can be seen that it hasn't provided facilities for intersex persons. And if we go on further to perhaps paragraph 16 rather, of the compromise, we can see that the victim, Mr. Buni, went to an all-boys high school, and as such, he was subjected to discrimination. This goes on to show that the identification of an X on his birth certificate, that was a discrimination on the gender, on the identity of Mr. Buni as an intersex person. And it goes on to show when he applied for his national identification card, it was denied on the grounds that there wasn't a distinct gender for him. We place reliance on the case of the National Legal Service Authority versus the Union of India, decided by the Supreme Court of India persuasively before this court. And in the court's decidendi, it stated that the right to self-identification of gender is an integral part of the fundamental right to dignity and personal autonomy. On to the second limb of argument, which is on the denial of the highest standards of health, reliance is placed on Article 43 of the Constitution, which states that every person has the right to the highest attainable standards of health. Perhaps it might be argued that the law doesn't apply retrospectively, but reliance is placed on the case of Kenya Bankers Association versus the IG as the first respondent and the KRA as the second respondent, which was on the retrospective applicability of tax laws. And this case stated that the retrospectivity of the law isn't allowed in specifically and strictly on criminal and penal laws, but in all other laws, if the court deems it practical that the approach by the petitioner was the correct one, then it might allow for the retrospectivity of these laws. And it is therefore our submission that prior to the 2015 Constitution, there were no statutes, there were no legal basis to bring the issue before this court, and that is why the issue has been brought much, much later. And on corrective surgery, the petitioner faults the government on its failure to set regulations, because we can see that consent was left to the parents. And the thing with parental consent is that it is subject to prejudice, as well as it is subject to prejudice, because if I may take you to paragraph 11 of the compromise, we can see that the parent stated that they wanted a masculinization procedure for Buni since they had enough girls. So that goes on to show prejudice that is involved in parental consent. Seeing that my time is far much spent, I would like to cede the floor to my co-counsel. Thank you very much.
Greetings, honorable members of the bench. I wish to take the remaining time to address this court on issues pertaining B and C. On to the first issue. The government of Kijano, through the conduct of the police officers and the staff at public hospitals, violated the Constitution and or any other international human rights by denying Mr. Buni his sexual reproductive health rights. Honorable members of the bench, reliance is made on the indecent touching, a very minor thing that presents very fundamental questions such as, was the conduct of the police officers in conformity with the law? Whether the rights to dignity and privacy were at all upheld, and whether the rights of arrested persons were actually realized, and lastly, whether the placement of Mr. Buni in a male cell was within conformity with the law. In this regards, when it comes to the staff at the public hospitals, we seek to question whether the right to privacy when it comes to patient medical records was realized. The right to dignity, as provided for by Article 31 of the Constitution of Kijano, provides and fosters self-autonomy and self-realization. And in the case of Ndugi and another versus the Attorney General, Mumbi Ngugi, as she was there, the judge, said that regardless of a person's social standing, position in the society, mental or physical health, every human is inherently deserves dignity. This is also read in tandem with Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the preambles of the ICCPR and the ICSR, and Article 5 of the Banjul Charter, which the state of Kijano is a party to pursuant to Articles 2.5 and 2.6 of the Constitution. Seemingly in the same case, Justice Mumbi Ngugi, while declaring our obiter dictum, opined that in a scenario where police officers are unsure of someone's gender, they shall satisfy themselves by conducting a gender assessment test in the nearby hospital. If the bench will kindly go with me to paragraph 22. This is quite contrary. This is also read in tandem with the Persons Deprived of Liberty Act 2014, Legal National Police Standing Orders, Legal Notice number 100 of 2017, that requires and places sole responsibility for choosing who to touch you during searches and seizures entirely on an intersex person. Then we go on to placement of we go ahead to talk about the placement of Mr. Buni on and in male cells. We present before this court that this is contrary to sections 25 subarticle 1 as read together with section 29 subarticle F that prevents a citizen of Kijano from torture, inhumane and degrading treatment. We submit before this court that in the case of Del Monte versus Da Vinci, this same court said that the rights provided for in Article 25 are absolute rights which cannot be limited in any way whatsoever by the state. On to On to the second issue, and the remedial order we have here before this court, we opined that the government has failed to uphold Article 35 of the Constitution of Kenya by publicly doing awareness for intersex persons in Kenya. This is read together with Article 36 that says that the state shall release any information whatsoever that is of quite important value to the public. The right to privacy in Article 31. When it comes to the right to privacy for intersex persons, two broad questions arise: avoiding unnecessary and unconsented treatment, and avoiding unnecessary and respectful healthcare services. The right to privacy, as it was held in Jessica Clarice versus Da Vinci, where Mativo J held that, and allow me to read in verbatim. The right to privacy essentially consists of the right to live with minimal interference to private home and personal life. Seemingly, this court, in the case of David, Lawrence, and Aga Khan hospitals, released the three-part test in a scenario where a hospital or a medical facility has, in which they could release a patient's information. As read together with the Health Act 2017, we submit before this court that the nurses at Toro Clinic in paragraph 22 failed to uphold the principles of confidentiality when it comes to doctor-client privilege, and also violated the rights to privacy as protected for under Article 31. On to issue C. The government of Kijano violated the Constitution or any other international human rights law by failing to protect and fulfill sexual reproductive health rights of intersex persons. We have our submissions into two ways: freedom from discrimination and the right to legal recognition. Critical to one's existence is identity. And when a kid is born, the question that lingers around the maternity ward is whether a kid is boy or girl. A very harmful question that with great impact on the realization of intersex persons. The Convention on Rights of the Child, as read together with the ICCPR and the African Convention on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, underscore the importance of recognition of the child. But importantly, they do not talk about recognition in terms of sex and gender. We acknowledge that, yes, the government have passed into law the Children's Act 2022, but intersex adults are left in the legislative limbo. We do not know what to do with them. In as much as we recognize intersex persons in both the National Police Standing Orders, the Persons Deprived of Liberty Act 2014 and the Children's Act 2022, we are left with a legislative limbo of not knowing how to handle intersex adults. Reliance is also made onto the African Commission in the Institute of Human Rights, appearing on behalf of Nubian children, where the Committee on the Rights to Children was of the view that the violation of failed registrations, and let me read this in verbatim, as pursuant to Article 6, Sub-Article 2 of the African Convention on the Right and the Welfare of the Child, rendered the Nubian kids stateless, exposed them to uncertain future, void to full access to rights and protection from the state. Seeing that my time is quite spent, I'll ask for a discretionary minute to wind up on our submissions, Your Honorable Court. On to the issue of legal recognition. We submit before this court that legal recognition is the first and most important right. It serves as a pivoted bridge into accessing all other rights. We submit before this court that the lack of legal recognition, if the bench will go with me to paragraphs 18-19, made disenfranchised Mr. Buni in obtaining a national ID. And it resulted to ways that are criminally liable into impersonation. So therefore, this was a violation of Article 23, Sub-Article 1 of the UDHR, and Article 41 of the Constitution of Kijano. The freedom from discrimination. Whereas we as the applicants submit that social exclusion is something that the government cannot limit, we fault the government for failing to educate the public on the rights of intersex persons, their existence among us. And in verbatim, I want to read the report a clear observation of the report. It says that a clear observation of the task force report shows that what leads to the rejection, stigmatization, and discrimination meted out on intersex person is the immense lack of awareness on the part of the society at large. And when intersex person show up anywhere, they involuntarily create curiosity. So we therefore submit before this court that the government failed to uphold the right from unfair discrimination. And seeing that our time is quite spent, we will kindly request this honorable court to infer to our written submissions, and specifically pages 20 for our prayers. I think I'll choose to sit down kindly.
Counsel, maybe you can tell us what we want this court to do for your client. Shortly.
Whereas this same court in Baby A case under the lordship of Isaac Lenaola, J as he was then, opinioned on the three things that this government should do. And we also know of the existence of the doctrine of separation of powers. We want this court to compel the government to pass into law Intersex Act speedy. Because in as much as we want to submit before this court that yes, we have a bill, we know that the country of Kijano has been very slow in terms of legislation. Case in point, we want to tell you that the first case of intersex person happened in 2009. The second that touched on intersex persons happened in 2014. Honorable members of the bench, we are in 2022. So many years have passed and the government does not have enough justifications for so. So we want the government to compel we want the court to compel the government, first of all, to pass into law Intersex Act. Secondly, to formulate policies and educate the masses, because as we are aware, social exclusion is something the government, nor the judiciary, nor the legislature can entirely regulate. But as it sits at the moment, we can choose what is unfair discrimination. So we want you to compel the government to do mass sensitization when it comes to intersex persons. And lastly, compel the government to educate the public service. The violations that intersex persons are being faulted to in regards to the government come from the public service despite recognition of intersex persons per se. So those are our humble prayers before this honorable court, the compelling reasons.
Greetings, honorable members of the bench. May it please this honorable court. My name is Ayaga Max Liambila, appearing on behalf of the respondent alongside my co-counsel, Barbara Ayimba, and together we shall address this court in the next 15 minutes, 7 and 8 minutes respectively, first on jurisdiction, locus standi, and the merits of the third issue, whereas my co-counsel in the subsequent 8 minutes will address this court on the merits of the first and second issue. I shall now proceed to my submission if there is no preliminary question from counsel, from the judges to counsel. Members of this bench, today the petitioner has painted a picture of a country that is not working, of a government that has failed to address its right duty to its people. Members of this bench, and that is the danger of a single story. And in my submission, I will seek to sieve out the unsubstantiated claims by the petitioner and the claims that the petitioner has made that have no legal backing in law. Members of the honorable bench, the jurisdiction of this court is indeed applicable to the facts in issue pursuant to Article 163 as read together 165 as read together with Article 23 of the Constitution of Kijano, which allows the petitioner to bring forth this petition under the realms of the Bill of Rights. Members of the bench, it is, however, our submission with regards to admissibility that only issues B are admissible, because issue B is calling upon this court to address verbatim the violation of Buni's sexual reproductive health rights. However, the petitioner lacks locus standi as with regards to issue A and C to bring forth this petition under the auspices of Article 22 and 258, when the petitioner has not provided the necessary any name or statistical data or medical data on any other person other than Buni, who is an intersex person. My lords, my ladies, and the petitioner has said that this is a matter of immense public interest. In RM, the judges laid down a quadripartite test, and I concede that the RM case might have been quite set aside, but it is our submission that in the present case, the petitioner has answered the first two questions, that the Buni is an intersex person and who is an intersex person. Now the next question pertains as to whether there are individuals aside from Buni. From the petitioner's submission, he has not listed any. My lords and my ladies, in the Ilchames case, the four petitioners were found to have locus standi by virtue of the fact that they brought forth facts and empirical data to show that they are actually intersex persons, and they are actually members of the Ilchamas group that comprises of 30,000 members. My ladies, my lords, members of this bench, it is thus our submission that without empirical data from the petitioner, or that the petitioner is relying on, or any statistical data, the petitioner cannot submit to the locus standi present in this case. And the petitioner has told you about immense public interest, and that we should not look at technicality when it comes to a public interest litigation. My lords, my ladies, technicality is at the heart of every legal proceeding. And I will list for you three cases, my lords, my ladies, and I will start with the BBI case. The BBI case, issues D, E, and F was struck out because of technicality, despite 3 million people having assented to the bill. My lords, my ladies, I do not know what is the level of public interest in 3 million. My lords, my ladies, the Finance Act appeal at the Supreme Court was struck out because of technicality among the issues that were the reason it was stuck out. And according to the report by DAFCA, 60% of Kenyans were against the Finance Act. 60% of 50 million is close to 30 million. What is public interest in that sense? My lords, my ladies, and finally I call this court to look at the Brexit case, where the court struck out the referendum because of technicality. Therefore, the petitioner has not demonstrated to this court the immense public interest that he is purporting to be advocating for. That aside, my lords, my ladies, it is further our submission that in the unlikely event and without prejudice that this court finds issue C, it is admissible, it is our submission that contrary to the petitioner's assertion, the government of Kijano has taken progressive measures for the realization of these rights. And I will address these in two limbs. First, on provision of accessible preventive healthcare services. My lords, my ladies, we concede that Article 43, as read together with Article 12, sub-Article C of the International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, provides on the highest attainable standards of health. My lords, my ladies, and in the fact sheet, we are provided for that Buni was not able to get condoms. My lords, my ladies, I call upon this court to rely on the research conducted by the University of Cambridge, which shows that intersex persons are actually able to use the female condoms. My lords, my ladies, it is actually my submission that in the present case, if Buni was not able to use the condoms in the market, the government has been providing condoms through the Ministry of Health has provided forth by the United Nations policy. And you will take note from the Cambridge report, not Cambridge, University of Cape Town report, that on endangering of condoms, that there is still more scientific research on the most appropriate, suitable condoms for intersex persons. However, in the overly ambitious course that the petitioner is bringing upon this court, that the government ought to provide condoms for each specific case of intersex person. My lords, my ladies, this is our dream as a government. However, it is our submission that the realization of the provisions in Article 43 are not absolute to the government. And the same constitution provides under Article 20 that this court specifically, it's quite very specific that this court ought not to interfere with the allocation of resources choices by the government only because this court thinks that it will reach a different conclusion. My lords and ladies, the petitioner is calling you to do the same. Finally, I seek to submit on the next issue, and that is the government of Kijano has taken the measures available to ensure the protection of human rights violators. My lords and ladies, it is our submission, as I conclude, to cede ground for my co-counsel, that the human rights violations that have been shown in this present case, one are at the hospital, and second are at the police station. It is our submission that despite Article 21 calling us to fulfill and protect the sexual reproductive health rights of intersex persons, the specific characters in question, the nurses and the police, ought to bear a personal responsibility. And this was the holding in the Miguna case versus Dr. Fred Matiang'i, that everyone has the obligation to defend the Constitution. Therefore, the police have that specific obligation. And you will take note of the recent case by the Court of Appeal in giving the damages to Christopher Abongo at Busia, that the police in question who shot the petitioner ought to take responsibility and not the government. Therefore, my lords and ladies, it is my prayer that contrary to the petitioner's assertions, the court should appreciate this, in the spirit of the margin of appreciation. The government has been providing condoms, specifically female condoms, and you'll take note that female condoms in the market are very quite expensive. That despite the economic challenges, the government of Kijano is a lower middle income economy. My lords and ladies, it might be quite economically unrealistic for us to achieve these rights, but we are trying our best, and we ask this court to realize the same. My lords and ladies, in the event that the government has not taken any measures, it is our submission that the petitioner did not approach the required organs of government as provided for in the Fair Administrative Act and the Independent Policing Oversight Authority. My lords and ladies, you're presented with a case here, one on facts and no legal basis, and another on facts and legal basis. My lords and ladies, the table is in you to choose either on facts or poetic with no legal basis. I submit.
Honorable members of the court, I will be responding to the allegations made by the petitioners in regards to issues A and B. The petitioners have endeavored to portray an image of a government which, in addition to its inability to formulate policies and guidelines for the SRHR of intersex persons, it further should be held accountable for autonomous violation of human rights stemming from the conduct of police officers and public hospital staff. In my forthcoming arguments, honorable members of the court, I shall demonstrate that contrary to these assertions, the government of Kijano has indeed formulated policies and guidelines for the SRHR of intersex persons, and additionally cannot be held liable and additionally cannot be held product of this from these persons. Proceeding to the first issue, honorable members of the court, the petitioners have submitted that the government of Kijano has failed, degraded Buni's treatment by firstly discriminating him in regards to admitting him to an all-boys school. However, honorable members of the court, Article 6, which opposing counsel cited as Article 5 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, does provide for the right of every person to be recognized as a person before the law. Additionally, honorable members of the court, if I may direct your attention to paragraph 11 of the fact sheet, we see that Buni identified as a man while going to secure an identity card. In this regard, honorable members of the court, the petitioners cannot submit that the government of Kijano was in violation and discriminated Buni on the basis of admitting him into an institution to accord him the right guaranteed by the Constitution to education. Proceeding to the submissions of the petitioners on the recognition of intersex persons, honorable members of the court, the respondents urge you that in the interpretation of the Constitution of Kijano, you should be guided by Article 259, which promotes the interpretation of the Constitution in a manner that advances the rule of law and human rights. In this regard, honorable members of the court, the failure to recognize intersex persons by the petitioners is not in line with the values highlighted in the Constitution, as it is very clear on the right of every person to be protected from discrimination under Article 27. Proceeding to the next submissions by the petitioners, honorable members of the court, the petitioners have mentioned the failure of the recognition, which is contrary to the Children's Act under Section 7, which provides that intersex children should be acknowledged and given special care as a special needs category, as well as being issued with appropriate treatment. In this regard, honorable members of the court, we submit that the government of Kijano has indeed formulated policies and guidelines that protect the rights of intersex persons, their sexual reproductive health and rights, as well as their treatment. Proceeding to the second issue, honorable members of the court, the petitioners have submitted that the government, through the conduct of police officers and public hospital staff, should be held accountable for the human rights violation against Buni. However, the respondents submit that the petitioners have failed to establish the vicarious liability that would bind the government to the actions of the police officers and the public hospital staff. And in reliance on this provision on vicarious liability, citing the Salmon test, a widely accepted principle establishing vicarious liability, the actions of these police officers and the public hospital staff cannot be attributed to the government because they are in contravention of their conduct that is required of them and the instructions given by the government. And this is in line with the decision in Gora versus Mona, which held that a government cannot be held accountable when the acts of its employee are in contravention to the orders that have been given. In that regard, honorable members of the court, and with the notice that I've run out of time, I'd like to request an additional minute to conclude my submissions and give a brief of the prayers of the respondents. Thank you, my lord. Honorable members of the court, the respondents have established that contrary to the assertions by the petitioners, the government has in fact formulated adequate policies and guidelines for the treatment of intersex persons and their SRHR. We have similarly demonstrated that the petitioners have failed to establish vicarious liability on the part of the government of Kijano. And in this regard, we pray that this honorable court finds in favor of the petitioners and recognizes the efforts that have been made towards the progressive realization of human rights and the rights of intersex persons through formulation of policies. If I may be of no further assistance to this honorable court, the respondents rest their case.
Yes, I have just two questions. One is you have dwelt on the issue of progressive realization of rights. Maybe you can explain. I mean, the major concern here is that Boni was not issued with an identity card. And as a result of that act from the state, things spiraled to now what we are litigating about today. Because of lack of ID, Boni resulted into engaging in sex work. As a result of that, Boni was infected, and that led to now the sexual and health rights that we are now asking for. But you can see, you can trace it back to a single act of denying an ID. All these subsequent events are connected to that single act. Is that a right to ID card, one of the rights that require progressive realization under the Constitution? That is one. Two, you talked about exhaustion of local remedies. In the jurisdiction of this court, where are issues of violation of human rights addressed first under the laws of the state?
Accords every single citizen of Kijano the right to acquire an identity card. And in this regard, the failure of Boni to acquire an identity card cannot be attributed to the lack of the failure of the government to formulate policies, but the discrimination faced by Boni during acquisition of this documentation. And in that regard, there are additional policies and acts implemented, such as the Fair Administrative Actions Act under Section 9, which accords Boni the right to apply for a judicial review to have such matters addressed. However, this was not reported, and the government was therefore unable to properly address this human rights violation by the staff. Further, in response to the second question, my lord, it is the respondent's submission that we do acknowledge that the High Court of Kijano has original jurisdiction on matters of human rights violations. However, there are provisions necessitating the following of procedures under various laws. For instance, on the violation of Boni's right to acquire an identity card, there are provisions under the Fair Administrative Actions Act providing for judicial review, which would allow this matter to be resolved before proceeding to this honorable court. Additionally, under the Medical Practitioners Dentistry Board rules, we have provisions that are...
There,
Yes.
still under the articles of the Constitution, is this court precluded from issuing judicial review orders?
My Lord, in response to that question, I would like to request that my co-counsel answers if you are not opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, it might be quite difficult to be in the shoes of the respondent today. However, it is our submission that the petitioner has not approached this court in the field of or in the realm of judicial review. And it is quite very clear that this court held that when the petitioner's prayers have to be very specific. The petitioner has not prayed for judicial review. Therefore, this court ought not to grant the petitioner for what he has not prayed for. If he has not prayed for that specific issue, then it means the petitioner, does not want that specific remedy. Therefore, my Lord, in as much as the court might want to be as generous as possible, it is our submission that today let the court not to be as generous as possible because of the negligence of the petitioner. And further on that, it is our submission that despite the provision that this court has jurisdiction on the matters of violation of human rights, the Court of Appeal held in Geoffrey Muchinga versus Samuel that where there exist alternative dispute resolution methods, and you will appreciate that some of these cases take quite a long time. The RM case took 3 to 4 years to be concluded. Why should the petitioner approach today this court and take 4 years to get an ID because of the mistake of the person who was supposed to give them an ID, when they can actually proceed and sue that person and file a petition through the Fair Administrative Act and get the ID as soon as possible. So yes, it is our submission that despite this, you should hold our arguments constant, my Lord.
Counsel, while you're still on your feet, you say there is no data that was provided to show that there are other intersex persons in Kenya. Whose responsibility is it to provide data on persons?
My Lord, my lady, I am not quite saying that there is no data. The petitioner has brought forth a case before this court. The onus and the burden of proof has always and is always on the petitioner. The petitioner is claiming to be bringing this suit under a representative capacity. My lords, my ladies, would you bring a suit when you don't know who you are representing? The petitioner has brought a suit, has not attached any data, has not attached any numbers. Then who is the petitioner representing? The petitioner is bringing this case on assumption when the petitioner can just proceed to furnish this court with the data. So therefore, we are not saying that the petitioner has the role to have the data, but the petitioner has the role to bring the data to this court, lest this court should remain blind of any data that the petitioner has not provided. Lest we will be going against the law of evidence and admitting an evidence that has not been brought forth by the petitioner.
Question. The applicants submitted that Thomas Hobbes said that citizens surrender their rights to the state so that the state can protect them. How would you respond to that?
My lords, my ladies, and I would like to bring forth that is a persuasive authority that this court has the discretion either to listen to or not listen to. It is therefore a binding authority. My lords and ladies, it's more of a proverb to this court, and this court can choose to admit or not. But in the unlikely event that this court chooses to admit that assertion, it is our submission that the government, yes, has the duty to protect, but the government's liability can only be to some extent. My lords and ladies, the government has a duty to protect every person from the discrimination. For example, the government has the duty to protect any person from invasion of his privacy. But when there is a thief who comes to your house, my lords and ladies, then the liability stops at the police officer who you report to proceed and finalize the case in order to give justice to you. My lords and ladies, it is not that we do not have the liability. It is our submission that the government of Kijano has done its best, but the negligence of the police officers and the staff ought to be approached through an isolated manner. My lords and ladies, seeing my time is much spent. Yes, my lord. Yes. My lords and ladies, police officers are not independent from the government, but the police officers are oversighted by an independent body, and that is the Independent Policing and Oversight Authority. My lords and ladies, and I concede that in as much as we ought to govern the conduct of the police officers by the virtue of the National Police Service Act, we might not have taken consideration into that, but it is our submission that the government of Kijano, in response to this case, will seek the indulgence of the court to take measures on the police officer that violated Buni's sexual reproductive health rights. And we call upon this court, my lords and ladies, today, not only to look at the single side story that the petitioner has presented and look into the law, to look into the facts and look into the petition, into the respondent submission and rule in favor of the respondent, because my lords and ladies, if we do not, then we will be allowing the petitioner who has not filed this petition in the right way and who is proceeding on assumptions and not facts to gain justice inconsequential. My lords and ladies, seeing my time is much spent, I'd wish to cede the few minutes gracefully to this generous court. Thank you, my lord.
Hello guys. Umeisikia aje? Yeah? We? Ati aje? Sijasikia? Okay, want to hand over to Madam Milka so that she can invite her guests to address us. Thank you.
See, I'm confused. Now who is winning this thing? When this one stand, oh my God, I'm like, wapatie tuende nyumbani. Au wakisimama, there is hope. Sindio? Is there hope? Yeah, those were strong, fiery arguments. I like the advocacy skills. Advocacy skill kwa Kikuyu ni vile unaeleza, unawambia mtu uongo, lakini unaambia mtu lakini unamwambia unajua, yani mpaka mtu anafikiria ni ukweli. Imagine anaenda home akijua nimejua ukweli. By the way, when I left, I went there was another function which was going on there, and I had this lady everywhere I go, even if I hear one word, I call it that. I heard her saying that they were interviewing this person, and this person said the law of contract section 64 na kaelezea. Unajua law of contract iko na sections ngapi? 4. Inaishia section 4. Na huyo alikuwa na section? Na unajua walimpatia kazi? Vile aliwaambia, hata wewe wenyewe walijua section 64 ishakuja. Walikaa wakaulizana, by the way, kwani walipitisha sheria nyingine? Because vile nawaambia. Okay, that's what these guys are doing to us. So judges are doing the analysis and all that, and we're going to get, but everybody is a winner actually. It's only that in court, judges still have to say, sometimes by the way they can say, okay, you have won the case, but I was happier. By the way they write that in rulings. I was happier with the way the other lawyers did it. It's only that the fact were not in their favor or something here and there. So something like that. Now, we want to invite, please clap for Madam Georgina as she comes. She's the most beautiful lady in the place. Madam Georgina is an official of the Athletic Kenya, and she's in charge of Jiro sub-county. Jiro ni wapi? Mnajua tu Huruma Muliniambia Huruma ni place. Mjui Jiro? Ama Jiro ni ng'ombe? People from that community that call Ngombes Njiro. Okay. Njiro sub-county. Please find out where Njiro sub-county is. So Madam Regina is going to tell us about Athletics Kenya and what it's got to do. What does Athletic Kenya have to do with us?
Thank you very much. Asante sana Milka. Tushatoka kotini. Tumetoka kotini. Sasa tunaelekea wapi? Kwa uwanja. Kufanya nini kwa uwanja? Kucheza. Tunacheza nini kwa uwanja? Tunakimbia. Wengine tunacheza nini? Football. Wengine tunacheza nini? Volleyball. Wengine nini? Basketball na ingine. Nyinyi muongee. Swimming. Hata hapa tunaweza swim. Si nimeona kama mna maji. Na athletics ingine ni gani ambao mnajua? Huko mwisho. Wewe. Ni ipi unajua? Hawajui yeyote. Tuambie. Athletics, yani sports gani? Najua kizungu nilisikia iko ngumu. Sports gani? Football. Mpira ni football. Haya, hizo zote ni athletics. Si ndio? Lakini tunazijua kama sports jina moja. Kwa majina hivyo mmeambiwa naitwa Georgina. Na ninatoka mahali panaitwa Njiro. Nani anajua Njiro? Njiro ni wapi? Iko Kenya. Ukipita Ruai, ukielekea Nairobi, ukipita Jogoo Road, na Jogoo Road unaingia mpaka. Iko tu hapo. Haya, nani mwingine anajua Njiro iko wapi? Yes. Njiro iko wapi? Nani atasaidia na mic? Ati iko karibu na Jogoo Road. Kila kitu iko karibu na Jogoo Road. 5 minutes. Nimeconsume 5 minutes zangu. Nikimaliza na keti. Kama tushajua Njiro.
It is along Kangundo Road between Choka and Kayole Junction.
Very good. Iko hapo. Wale wanaendanga Machakos mnapita Kangundo Road. Kweli? Tuna sub-counties ngapi in Nairobi? Ziko ngapi? Hamjui? Wacha niwasaidie. Sababu najua time inaenda. Na kama sitawaelezea hiyo hamtaelewa vile nitakuwa naongea. Katika Nairobi, upande wa administration, tuna operate na old boundaries. Old boundaries means what? Districts. Tumeelewana? Moja ni gani? District moja. Moja Nairobi. District gani unajua? Tuna Embakasi. Counties. Oh dear. Tuko na shida.
Walisoma hii modern. Watu walizaliwa tu juzi.
Okay, those days tulikuwa na Embakasi, tulikuwa na Starehe, tulikuwa na Kamukunji, tulikuwa na Starehe. Mumezielewa sasa? Hizo zote. Na katika Nairobi, katika Athletics Kenya, tunaendanga na regions. Regions, tuna Nairobi region, na tuna Rift Valley region, tuna Western region. Hizo zote ni ma regions. Mimi niko Nairobi region, na katika Nairobi tuko 9. Hizo nimesema Mastarehe na nini. Mimi niko Njiro sub-county. I'm the chair Njiro sub-county Athletics Kenya. At the same time, I'm a technical official. Mnajua technical official ni nani? Si mnacheza football? Mnachezanga football? Si kuna wale linesmen wanafanya nini? Na kuna referees. Hivyo ndivyo tuko katika Athletics Kenya, mbio, track and field events, hata marathon. Huwezi kuofficiate kama we hujakuwa accredited by the World Athletics. So I'm one of the lucky people in Kenya to have been accredited by the World Athletics kutoka Monaco, that is France. So kazi yetu ni kuonyesha watu vile ambavyo watakimbia, wasivunje sheria, because hapa tumeonyeshwa tu sheria hapa za za koti, na pia huko kwetu pia tuna sheria za koti. Sasa kuna swali nimeulizwa, mbona niko hapa na hii topic ambayo iko hapa intersex?
Kwanza maybe utuambie ya kwamba kama huko athletics Kenya mnakuwa na intersex persons.
Sasa niko hapo katika athletics Kenya, tuko na watu tofauti tofauti, na wacha niwaambie, tusiseme ati hawa. Tumeelewana? Tusiseme nini? Tusiseme nini? Hawa. Ni nani? Ni sisi. Ni kweli? Hiyo ndio ile shida tumekuwa nayo Kenya. Because tunaona ni yeye, sio mimi. Huyu mtu hawezi kuwa kwa familia yako, anaweza tu kuwa kwa familia ingine. So the minute we change our attitude to say ni wetu na ni sisi, we shall be able to go through the handles that we have.
Sasa hujajibu swali. Pengine nikufanyie interview actually. Because wewe ni mwalimu, I know what you're doing. I see what you're doing. Badala ya kunyang'anya hiyo mic kwa sababu 5 minutes imeisha, wacha nikufanyie kitu moja. Today I'm enjoying being the MC actually. You know, I've never gotten this opportunity. Guys didn't know I have this talent,
okay,
and today I got talent. So we do.
We have.
So, tell us about intersex persons you have,
okay,
and how you are helping them, or whether you have challenges, and whether they're actually able to participate. Because I know from my friends, I have so many intersex persons who are in sports. How do you address the issues? Mambo ni nywe ama mumeweka makwazo?
Kuna mabonde na milima na hiyo yote. We have them in our society, in our organizations, in every sector. Katika athletics, tuko. Tumeelewana? Tuko. Na challenges zile ziko, nafikiria mnaona runinga, mnaona vile wanakimbia. In South Africa tuna Semenya. Si mnamjua huyo Semenya? Au anaitwa Semenya, that name, Lakini msione tu watu wa kule, hata sisi tuko na wao. What happens? Utaona mtu amepewa event. Si mnaelewa event kama ni track and field. We have 800, we have 400, we have even the marathoners. Mtu anapewa event ambao sio yake na utakimbia. Let's say upande moja ya male iko stronger. Si unapewa ukimbie pengine na wasichana. Will you make it? Huwezi. That is a big challenge. Tena another challenge ile wana face. Saa ile ana grow haijakuwa identify, yani the organs haija grow kabisa. Wakati itafika kiwango ya kuwa mtu mzima. Tuliambiwa asubuhi kuna mmoja alikuwa brought up kama msichana, saa hii ni kijana. Mwingine akasema alilelewa kama kijana, saa hii ni msichana. Hiyo ni challenge because they withdraw. Hawezi kucompete tena, and we are losing a lot of talent. Kwa sababu serikali yetu haijaweka pia mikakati ya kumake sure we don't lose the talent ya hawa watu. They are talented like any other person. Tumeelewana? So hizi challenges ziko na ni juu yetu kumake sure tuko na wao na tunawasaidia. So what we are doing, we have a club called Athletics, Aberdeen Sports Club, and I'm the general secretary of the club. We have now decided we are going to have intersex games or athletics, whereby they will all participate. Tuwe na zao na hawa wengine wawe na zao. Kwa sababu saa ile mtu ametransit from this to that, hajui ataenda wapi. But if we head it, anaweza kutransit na aseme here I am na nitasimamia hapa. Saa hii hakuna. When you go for doping, mnaelewa doping ni nini? Mnajua doping ni nini? Saa ile wanapelekwa doping
wanajua joint.
Wanajua joint. So inakuwa ni shida kwa sababu vile tulielezewa, saa ile unaenda kupimwa, si lazima wapime vitu zingine zile, mnaelewa, kwa doping. Sasa hizo yule anaenda kukupima, kama ni msichana anakuta wewe uko tofauti na yeye ni msichana pia, na wewe ni msichana. Unaona, hawajui mambo ya intersex, they don't know, bikia sana. Anaanza kusema huyu si msichana, huyu ni mwanaume. Imekuwa ni shida, and from then unaona mtu amepotea na ameenda underground. Alikuwa ameanza kuonekana kwa runinga na perform vizuri, anaanza kurudi chini, halafu anapotea hivyo. Sasa ni kazi yetu sisi kama wale tuko hapa, tuna hiyo information, tuwaelezee. Tuliambiwa hata si ugonjwa, tusaidiane, tuwalete wote on board. Na kama una mtoto unajua ako hivyo, tafadhali usifiche. Amka is here. Wale wengine wako hapa, champions, tusaidie hawa watu watoke nje ndio wakompiti na wale wengine.
Asante sana, asante sana, asante sana. Yes. Thank you so much, Madam Georgina. Yes, by the way, most of the intersex persons who are in sports are in national sports. In fact, there is one who have filed an international case. They are in national sports. A case in the international court at The Hague. Because of this kind of discrimination. Either as a world, as a country, we decide we give them their own category, or we decide because they also have their talent. Si wanataka kukula talent yao pia. Yes, so, yes, but now at this moment, I want to invite the judges. Please keep quiet. Hiyo mikate bana mpeane tu pole pole. Musi disturb kotini. Musi disturb koti. Please. So nataka judges wakuje watawaambie ma-observations zao. Ndio tukawaga tukijua, wacha tugesigi hivi ya kwamba ABC tatuambia aje, si ndio? So we're going to start with the Judge Frankie Kwamboka.
Thank you so much, Amuka, for this opportunity to be here.
And you tell us why nimekuita Frankie Kwamboka. Your name is Flanky, lakini nimeongezea hiyo nyingine so that you tell us why.
Sasa mimi katu unafanya napotea. One, I'm very happy that tumekuwa na kitu hapa. Na sometimes ilikuwa ina flow mpaka napotea, na sahau mimi nafaa kupeana marks. Na kwa sababu mimi ni mwanasiasa, leo nimeongezea lawyers wachache kwa nini yangu. At least kesho nikishikwa ama makosa nikifanya hapa, at least niko na wawili watatu naongezea kutoka hapa, kwa sababu unajua waisi ni charge pesa mingi. One, nimependa research na advocacy yenye nilikuwa naona inafanyika hapa. At least watu wako na information. Si ndio? Si tulikuwa naona hiyo. Then at least mme research. Unajua sometimes mtu anaweza kuja hapa anataka kuongelelea kitu mpaka unashindwa na sasa. Na Sanieli angekuja. But I'm very happy that tulikuwa tunaongelelea intersex na kwangu ilikuwa sawa sana. Eye contact, persuasive language. Yaani lazima nikungoe mahali umekaa ukubali na kile kenye nataka kukuambia. Na nimefurahishwa sana na hiyo kazi mzuri. I'm an intersex person. The first intersex person to vie for a competitive seat, MCA kwa Njenga Ward. 2022 general elections. When we talk about Children Act, hiyo ni safari yenye tumetembea to ensure that intersex persons are recognized. And not only recognized but also protected. Not only protected but included in all services serikali inafaa kufanya nini? Kupeana. Kitu ya pili. Leo hii sometimes nikiwa na Milka mnasema madam, kama si huyo Milka na mwingine atasema baadaye, labda intersex community atungekuwa hapa. Milka wametusaidia sana. Nilianza process ya name change. Name change nilianza February kupitia kwao, wakanipatia hiyo process yote, wakanishika mkono. despite the fact Milka atapiga simu aniambia enda mahali fulani, nitaenda hapo na nipate already hiyo safari imekuwa rahisi kwangu. Na then nimechange from Francisca Kwamboka to Frank Robert Kibagendi because of the Children Act. But let me say this. Intersex bill ikicha kupita, sisi intersex wazee ndio tutasaidika. Kwa saa hii tunadandia Children Act and sometimes watu hawaelewi. Wanasema hii ni ya watoto na nyinyi watu wazee. Si ndio? So ni kuomba kupitia waheshimiwa wetu kwa sababu mali imefikia saa hii ni parliament wapitishe hiyo Children Act itupatie ruhusa ya affirmative action, si ndio? Ya opportunities kwa politics na hizo vitu zingine zote. So Mungu awabariki, mikate imefika hata tuelewani. Asanteni sana.
Mlikuwa mnajifanya mjari mambo ya food. Si ndio hivyo mlikuwa mmejifanya asubuhi? Saa hii mikate hata msikizi. See? Anyway, enjoy when you are a student, by the way. Food tastes so good when you are young. Alafu then you start being told, oh, you can't eat this, oh, you can't eat that because sijui cholesterol. Oma vitu kaa hizo. Ebu kula saa hii before cholesterol come. Aya. Justice, purity.
Kwanza asante sana kwa mkate. Nimepata breakfast, Yeah, so Kenya naweza kusema ni you've seen for yourself, Hiyo Moot court venye imeenda. The participants were very well prepared. We were very impressed. And it was a very hard decision to decide, who is winning, who is not, because that was a very close tie. I would like to congratulate the lady. Kitu yenye imetuangusha tu ni gender balance peke yake. Yeah, I think we should clap for that lady. Yeah, well done and keep it up. So I hope next time in the Moot court we'll have more ladies doing that. It's not easy. Kufanya hizo vitu zote yenye amefanya, the preparation. You could hear them quoting the laws, the Kenyan laws, the constitution, the international conventions, case laws, the Kenya, the out of the country. So it was a very well done visa. So congratulations and keep it up.
Okay, thank you so much. So we're going to the principal judge. The principal judge, every time you have a bench which is more than one judge, saa zingine mnasikianga chief justice anasema nime-appoint bench ya watu watatu wakuje wa decide your case. Wenyewe si ati amechaguliwa na mtu. The three of them, the judges, they sit together na wanakubaliana nani atakuwa na lead the group. So it is themselves, the three judges, who decide to lead the group. So Mr. Jambo, do you want to come and tell us who is the winner, or you're just going to give us comments?
Okay, the results are here with me.
Hebu kuja huku mbele tu. Hey bana, results ndo hizo. Okay, hebu tu ignore mikote kwanza. Results ndo hizo. Let's I can't wait to hear which team won.
Ideally, I should be announcing this result from the back, so that as soon as I finish announcing, I run away. Unfortunately, from where I'm standing, I am trying to see where will be the escape route. But definitely, I'll have to announce. Then, liwe liwalo. Just brief comments, I think, on two things from the observations I've made on the skills of mooting that you have displayed. These are good skills. I think, as you have said, that the future is bright. We look forward to having you again in another session and to...
Please, let's stop talking too much so that we can be in one meeting. If you're distributing, please stop distributing now. So let's finish the meeting. But these are the last things.
Yes.
Hakuna kitu kingine tunafanya.
You have shown talent, you have shown great skills at your level. As one of my judges was asking me, how do you perform in court? He was asking me, kule kotini huwa wanakuwa aje? So until I said, no, they are not lawyers, they are students. But otherwise, the judge had already taken you up there, and clearly it shows that you are on the right path. One thing I observed is I think there was an issue with how you framed remedies. I think across the board, until probably this last round when it was brought to your attention that you need to be requesting for remedies, you are just presenting the case and disappearing without telling the court what is it that you want the court to do for you. And even...
Remedies ni mnyama gani wakili?
Okay. Remedies is what you want the court to do for you. Or what specific orders do you want the court to issue. You have come to court, but you have not just come to court to tell the court stories. You have come to the court so that the court can issue some order that you can take home and implement. That's what we are calling remedies. And so, and even after that was highlighted or brought to your attention, I saw that you are requesting or asking for general remedies. In cases like these ones, remember there is a specific individual who has suffered some violations. That individual needs to be given something also as a person before we start addressing the needs of the community. This is a person who has approached the court with a specific need. So you need to address those specific needs before we start now speaking general about intersex. So what can you give Bonnie as a person? And so there are specific issues which Bonnie is suffering from. There is the issue of ID. Bonnie has been denied ID. You need to ask that be issued with immediate effect. I heard the state saying this is a progressive right, but the other side didn't insist that the ID be issued immediately. So there are those concerns which you are coming to court to have the court address them as issues of immediate concern. But then there are those ones which you may leave for general implementation. So when you are framing your cases, you must frame such a way that you have both. You have general concerns, but you also have immediate concerns. Things like IDs, things like access to health care. Those are things someone is already sick. We cannot talk about progressive implementation when someone is on a sick bed. So those are things which we need to implement with immediate effect. So you ask for certain orders that address that kind of concern. I think that's what I noted. The other was the issue which my colleague Ian talked about, marrying the facts with the law. So you state the facts and indicate how those facts violated a specific right. And you mention the right, and then you indicate also under what law that right is provided for, so that the court can follow that systematically. Thank you very much. Now I know the anxiety is about knowing the results and eating your bread. I do not know what we should start with, because after we have announced the result, some people may not have the appetite to eat the bread. So you may start with eating the bread, so that as we announce the results, they find bread already on its way. Yeah, so this, as from what I see here, but I'm not the one who tallied this resource, so I'm giving a disclaimer.
Wait, are you saying kuna kamango kwa IBC system? Are you saying you are compromised?
I'm also saying the tallying, so to show that we are acting as a group and independently, like IBC. So this is not the work of the chair alone. We have other members of the commission also working on the... So, as a judge and as a chair of the IBC, these are the announcements that I have. The top or the first or the winner, this
This is the trophy for the winner. So the winner is AA05. Hey. 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 Oh.
By the way, you are from which university? Oh, okay. You know they were in codes, eh? They were in these codes which I couldn't figure out and I didn't want to ask because I realized, this is the University of Nairobi. Okay, right now, I belong to the University of Nairobi. So tupigwe picha.
Yes.
Tupigwe picha. Aya. So
the second was, I think the difference was 2 points. So AA08.
Oh my. Hey, these guys. Me, by the way, if I was a judge, kwanza hiyo ya serikali, they were acting so serikali, but I was saying these guys should just be hired by the AG. Even, bana, who wears this thing apart from serikali, bana? Nazarene is, this is African Nazarene, eh? Yeah, African Nazarene people, how are you? Woo! Oh, there's so many in the house. So this is wonderful to go home with something, isn't it? You came with a bus and I felt like, oh my God, this is beautiful. Yeah. They did you justice for coming. Yeah.
Then followed next by AA02.
AA02? Ni wagani? Our very own. Woo! Our very own. So thank you so much. Unaona vile hatuna kipendeleo? Tunawapea macodes na wanajitetea wenyewe na wamejitetea vizuri wakafika hapo. By the way, this was not an easy moot. Because kama watu wanashindwa kunegotiate kuongelea zile vitu zenye tunajua na zenye tumejua leo. Si watu wengi wamejua about intersex leo? Imagine, na wamediscuss na wamefanya hivyo and they have reached where they have reached. By the way, kwa nini wasichana wako hapa? I think she's a winner actually. Kama ni hivyo, si ndio? Haya, proceed.
Then last but not least, AA07.
AA07. Woo! Where you come, guys? Wow, thank you so much. This is KU. Embu. Can you imagine these guys came from Embu? Hey, clap for Embu. Clap for Embu. By the way, did you know Embu started law when? When did law start in that place?
2019.
Embu started law in 2019. Huko hata hakuna fourth year and they come here. Huko hakuna 4.1, 4.2. Huko hata hakuna fourth year, ndio maseniors wa huko by the way. Na hata hawajafika fourth year. Alafu wanakuja hapa wana Moot na watu wa the University of Nairobi. So tugeuze hii kitu, si ndio? Tugeuze hii kitu. IABC nakataa, lakini mimi ningeuza tu kama ningekuwa na powers. So imagine, do you know, we put the advert out there. Whoever want to compete to apply. And Embu, knowing very well hawana for years, applied. Imagine they not only applied and came here and put up a very spirited fight. You are my winners, by the way. So, wow, let's give them a round of applause. Ati wako na alumni. Okay, waona for the leo. Ati they are old. By the 2019 ni lini? So I'm graduate. Anyway, for purposes of what I've said, hawana for the. Sidio? Si mlikuwa convinced? Si niliwaambia hata nikiongea uongo bora na wa convince. Sawa, thank you so much for that correction. Embu, they are serious, bana. You can't come and say such things. Okay, so that is so wonderful. So tunapigwa picha, tunakula ama tunafanya?
So hi again. For the first team, we will be awarded by Madam Purity.
Woo! Hey!
Please.
You can move like this. Hey, paparazzi, 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 paparazzi. Can I enter into that photo?
Mimi nakuanga hapo kwa elections. We are going to give them a trophy and a bahasha. Bahasha kidogo. Hatutasema ni angapi mwa kidnap, si ndio? So this is just their first gift, eh?
They had their coordinator, Moot court coordinator. Maybe they can have a photo together. Lindsay. One with your Moot court coordinator.
Oh, for the university, eh? Huyu ndio coach wao, yani yeye ndio boss. Hey. Haya, boss. Oh, nikuja hapa. Wonderful. Wacha wivu. Hazijatosha. Mwenye anasema zimetosha najua yeye hakumut. University yao haijamut. Next time make sure you mut. Okay. So Byron.
So the second team will be awarded by Mr. Colbert Ojiambo. An advocate
Woo!
of the High Court.
African Nazarene in the house. African Nazarene in the house.
Now even in addition to kubeba kikombe, lazima iwekwe kitu ndani, so wakujie bahasha hata wao. Okay, I'm hearing the coordinator is also here, so please kindly rush to the front.
The boss. Woo! Kumbe ni wewe.
A round of applause.
Hey, women boss. Hey, the boss is in the house.
So we can see the ladies are not competing because they were coaching.
Yes.
A round of applause.
Woo! That is so wonderful. I'm so proud of you people.
And now to our ZAD.
Yes, our ZAD.
Our very own JQuat team.
Okay, my people, kujeni.
So for these ones, I am not their coordinator, but I am their coach. I have mentored them. Hata wakikataa naitikia. So they will be awarded by Frankie and hata watapata bahasha. So a round of applause.
Yes, our team from Embu, we have a couple for you here.
Yes,
and
so
this
for our first
couple is going to be awarded by who? Shalmith, come here. Shalmith coordinated and organized this whole event. She's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, litigating and doing a lot of work for Amuka Africa. She's an alumni of JQuat Legal Clinic. So we have our own giving back to the community. So thank you so much. By the way, they are not just going with trophies and those books. I think mkate ingine iko. Kuna mkate ingine. And housekeeping.
So besides just giving our Mooters, just before we go to vote of thanks, we want to give a little something to our organizational partners who are here. And I'm going to call a few people to come and represent those organizational partners. Please don't leave. If you leave, utakuwa na unaona tumewapea hadi breakfast ya kesho. Sasa ukienda utamiss hapa. We are finishing just in a while. So we'll start with IKEA, and for IKEA we'll have Milka. I want you to come and gift our partners. Yeah, we'll start with IKEA, who we are going to call Frankie to represent IKEA. Okay, we'll have Diana represent IKEA.
Round of applause, please.
Picture.
A round of applause.
Hawa watu wamewanunulia mkate, wengine wamenunua soda, so let's still appreciate them, yeah? As we give IKEA, as they go, Diana goes to sit down, we'll have someone from the Intersex Person Society of Kenya, Joseph, come and represent the Intersex Person Society of Kenya. By the way, student, this is your opportunity to see who to network with. And as Joseph goes to sit down, we'll have Gigi to represent jinsi yangu. Hao ndio wamewanunulia soda, so let's appreciate them. Moyo unapoa soda na mkate ya sapa wapi kwingine? On the other hand, we'll have Josephine to represent the Kenya National Deaf Women Peace Network. Thank you so much for coming. And then now we'll have, while we take with Josephine, we'll have Shirley represent Malindi Desire. We have 5 people who came all the way from Kilifi and Mombasa just to this event. And then we'll have Andy represent Q We Rise. Andy, please come. And finally, we'll have Georgina from the Athletics Kenya to come and take a gift as well. Kama sijakuitu sijali, tulipea mtu wako akitoka kwa tent. Okay, now as we finish that, thank you so much for everyone who made this event successful. I'll have Milka give a vote of thanks, but before she does that, all students who are here, do we still have students in the plenary? So, kuna watu unaona wale ashaz walikusalimia asubuhi? Wanataka kusalimia vingine. So please pass by there. Only the students who are here when you are going home, but not before Milka finishes the vote of thanks, okay? You just go there, see the ushers there for just a few minutes before you leave. Okay, thank you so much.
Just before Madam comes in, students wa JKUAT to remain behind. We have to return all the equipments here. Okay? Students wa JKUAT. Thank you, Madam.
Yes, so thank you so much. We have been running responsibility today. And responsibility says that you carry all your trash. You carry your bottle, which you have used and which you have not used. Like I should carry this one. Responsibility says that I carry this one. That you don't leave where you are seated. You don't leave anything on the floor. There we have dustbin in the compound. Please make sure you carry. Please don't leave those bottles on the glass. Kwa sababu sisi hatutaki kuchangia kwa global warming. There's someone I want to recognize who is with us here. Vanessa, are you still in? Simama useme hivi before nimalizie. Pungia watu hewa. Vanessa, are you in? Okay, I think I saw her coming in and she left. Vanessa was one of the consultant for this research. So she actually was the one analyzing data. So thank you so much. Oh, people, wait a minute. Not yet. Uhuru. Okay? So I want to thank you so much, all of you. You have sat here. You came to start with. You saw the invitation. You signed in. You came. You sat in the whole time. That is really, really wonderful. You not only sat in, but you reasoned. You discussed with your neighbors. You went for lunch and you continued discussing and you came back. And you are more informed and you are willing to share, isn't it? So you're going to be willing to share what we have learned today, and you are still here. So we want to thank you so much. We thank you all our partners. I am not going to repeat listing them because we already thanked them with that white paper. Iko tu na soda, by the way. Wenye wajapata msifikiria ati iko na vitu. Ni makaratasi tu ziko hapo. Za na soda moja. Oh. Gigi ameweka yake soda nikafikiri ilikuwa hapo. Msiseme na wadanganya sana. So we really want to thank you, our partners. So we thank you, all the organizations that have partnered with us. We thank you, our university, our principal, for supporting us, coming here, opening. And we thank you, we thank the Federal Republic, the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany for enabling us to be here. They provided most of the support and facilitation to be here. I want to specifically mention also Jinsi Yangu, which has providing us with space to do the research, the FGDs, and even now they have provided us with a lot of resources, giving us the water. Even the bread comes from them, by the way. So we thank you so much. Please, Gigi and the team, make sure that our appreciation gets to them everywhere they are supposed to get. So we thank you so much for our partners. We thank you for the judges. They have disappeared, as they said they are going to disappear. And we thank you. ICARE has been very supporting and everything. We thank you, all the organization. We thank you, our alumni. By the way, JQuet Legal Clinic alumni, they are here. They came. I saw so many of them. This is an advocate. Where is Hezron? Oh, Hezron. Okay, I've seen so many of them. Shamni is there. So I'm just calling them out so that back to your university. Once you graduate and you go into work, you don't give up. Don't give up that you will never go back there. Now umeomoka atu sasa urudi kusaidia ama kumenta. So that those legal clinics, those institutions that you are actually learning or whatever you are doing there in those legal clinics can grow. It's only when you go back to give that they can only grow. So please, when you graduate, when you move to the next, make sure you always come back to give back. We have Kandem. Kandem is also an advocate, was in that class. They are all here. Kandem was the one organizing and doing the Moot routes and all that. Byron is here. Byron, have you graduated? Yes, who has graduated? Tony has graduated in June. They are all here. They are doing all this. So please go back to your university and build your university, okay? We are mentioning that so that you can see you don't just disappear. These people have their jobs. They have full-time jobs elsewhere, by the way. They don't work for Amuka Africa. They have full-time jobs. They come back to give back to their society and their community. So please, when you graduate, you go back. If you have your university have a legal clinic and you'd like some support in terms of understanding what a legal clinic is, how to run a proper legal clinic. Okay? You know, such kind of discussions and sensitization, we are willing to support you. That's why Amuka Africa exists. To mentor. Amuka Africa is a mentorship, but it's a mentorship does the real thing. So you learn by doing it. It's not by just being told. So you learn by doing it, like coming here and interact with intersex persons, doing the real thing, and even going to communities. So please, if you have a legal clinic, reach out to us. We are all here and you can see us. You can just approach any of this, the whole team, and you will be able to get that opportunity, and we'll be able to mentor you and support your legal clinic to grow so that we can all grow together. Our vision is to see that we, as a persons who are in those legal clinics transform the justice system and the society. Because if you grow knowing what the society is, the needs of the society, you are inspired. Even when that client comes to you, you'll be a different kind of a lawyer. You will not be the same kind of a lawyer who have never seen an intersex person. And when even the other person who is vulnerable, not just an intersex person, comes to you, you'll be able to see and be able to put yourself in the shoes of that person and be able to provide them with better services. And of course, when you do this kind of work, you must be accountable and transparent. You're going to most likely to be a lawyer or a teacher or whatever course you're doing at the university or wherever you are in your college, to be a person of integrity. Because if you have no integrity, no need to do anything. Integrity is key. So please, let's work together. Let's mentor each other. Let's support each other. One person to say something. Just one person. If you would like to say something, you lift up your hand, I give you, then we close. In the meantime, as one person has already raised, okay, now don't raise your hand. Mambo ya mikono nimesema ishe. Okay, hiyo niliona Tufunge, alafu sasa tutapata mtu atufungia aseme aambie Mungu asante, at least mvua haijanyesha saa hii.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joseph Sila from African Nazarene University, and I'm delighted to be here this evening. As I can comment that this event and session has been very helpful. As I personally have learned a lot about intersex people, and they are part of the society who require to be given their dignity in the society and to be recognized in the country and the globe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This one is going to be a governor. Sindio? Vile amerishuti ya mikono. One politician wa wajarigi hata naenda kusema nini. Confidence. Confidence will take you places.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Good evening. I've been excited to be here today. I want to appreciate AMCA Africa for this divine moment. And I also want to appreciate African Nazarene for winning. And I also want to appreciate everyone else who has attended this event. You're the future, and for everyone here, there is hope. That's the bottom line. Thank you. I'm from African Nazarene University.
Kabisa. I am so proud of you. I'm so proud of African Nazarene. Nyinyi ndio kuwin, nyinyi ndio kusema. Haya. So can we pray? Is there anything I've forgotten? No, I am not very good with protocol. So.
Hello, hi. How are you? Okay, so we'll do this. I know we have students in the room and we have other people who are not students, for lack of a better word. So at the far end, there is a desk where people need to fill in some details. So as we proceed, students kindly make a line as per your school. So ANU, make a line as ANU. JQuat, make a line as JQuat. UON, make a line as UON, sorry. And then for the rest, there will be a separate place for you to go and fill in your details. Is that understood? Is that clear?
Who's reading us in prayers?
Okay, we'll have a couple of prayers. They are always good. So, sinisawa? Sinisawa? So, tutaanza hapo alafu tumaliziwe hapa.
Hi, I'm Levi Blessing, an intersex person. Thank you so much kwa kutusikiza. It has been a very good opportunity. Metupea kwa sisi kutusikiza. We are here, interact with us. We are ready to educate you more. So let us pray. Father, in the mighty name of God, we come before you this evening. We don't take this chance for granted, oh God. We prayed in the morning, Lord, and we asked for your guidance. And Lord, you've been with us all day. What can we say? We're just saying thank you, God. And now as we're moving out of this praise, Jehovah God, we are using various transport, O King of glory. Bwana nenda ukatuongoze. Tunapotumia magari, tunapotembea, Bwana nenda ukatuongoze. Na sisi Bwana as intersex, help us, O King of glory. Tunapotembea hata in this journey, O King of glory, of educating people, O Lord. Continue giving us strength where we don't have strength, O God. Continue helping us, O Lord, with knowledge. As we even feed them, O God, we feed them on the right things, O King of glory. We love you, Jesus, because you loved us before we even knew ourselves. Thank you, Lord, because you are worthy. And it is in Jesus' name we pray.
So please do not stand up. Okay, do not undo the first prayers. Add on to that.
Let's pray. Sovereign Lord, we come before you with thanksgiving in our hearts. Jehovah, Lord, we approach your presence. Thanking you, Lord, for this day. We thank you for your provision. We thank you for your mercies, Jehovah, Father. And we pray, Jehovah, Lord, that the various sponsors, Jehovah, Lord, that have taken their precious time, their efforts, Jehovah, Lord, into sponsoring the intersex persons, Jehovah, Lord. We pray that you may bless them, Jehovah, Lord. We pray that you may give them, you may enrich them, Jehovah, Lord, with everything and every resources that they may require even to do their daily endeavors, Jehovah, Lord. Lord, we thank you because you know that you have created everyone. You have enabled them. You have capacitated them with their abilities, Jehovah, Father. And we know that we are all equal in your eyes, Jehovah, Father. So today, Jehovah, Lord, even as we live here, Jehovah, Father, I pray that your hand of favor, Jehovah, Lord, may always be upon the intersex persons, Jehovah, Father. May they always receive your favors, Jehovah, Father, and may they never see themselves as being less in the society, Jehovah, Lord. Lord, I thank you for us being here, Jehovah, Father. May you also help us as students, Jehovah, Father, to be the best, Jehovah, Lord, in whatever that we do. May you bless us and may we be successful in our various careers that we've chosen, Jehovah, Lord, to put our hands on. In Jesus' name I pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you.
So tumalize na ya tatu, si ndio? There are Muslims in the house, si ndio? There are Muslims in the house. So let's finish. Hey! Imepita. Ati nime overtake madam. Hey!
Let us charge him for murder.
Let's pray. Al-Fatiha. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Rahmanirrahim Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Idina as-sirata al-mustaqima sirata alladhina an'amta 'alayhim ghayril maghdubi 'alayhim waladdallin. Amen. Thank you so much for being here. Tutafanya interpretation siku ingine personally, si ndio? So make sure uta correct uchafu ine iko around. They are